10 years ago, when the Global Agribusiness Forum was launched. Its commitment to the development and promotion of a sustainable global agriculture made it become something much bigger than just a reoccurring event. What was intended to be a space dedicated to reflection and debate surpassed the limit of ideas and became a continuous movement, one that seeks to overcome the current challenges to the world's socio-economic development, but also commits to building a safe future for the global agricultural chain. In the last 2 years, the world had to face a global pandemic that triggered a silent warning. Can countries work together and prepare for unfavorable events in the future? Are we doing the best we can in face of climate change?
Olá, sejam todos muito bem-vindos de volta ao segundo dia do Global Agribusiness Forum. Assim como
Agribusiness Forum. Just like yesterday, the stage is divided into 4 simultaneous arenas, and you can change from one arena to the other according to the panels you want to see. To access the program, the events program, access globalagribusinessforum.com. Our participants who are remote, you are accessing each arena from different links available on our official streaming platform, Strix1. Now, in the sustainability arena, zoo territory risks, how to avoid and overcome. And innovation arena, green bonds and financial opportunities for agribusiness companies with multilateral agencies. Global arena, the Green Deal and the farm to table strategy, the path to sustainable food systems. And finally, for the forum arena, the new producer profile. At the end of each panel, you will have a panel showing which arenas are going to show each panel. So if you want to change, you can just check our online program or see the sign on the screen. We wish you all a great panel.
Boa tarde a todos, é prazer.
It's a pleasure to be participating here in this Global Agribusiness Forum to the 2021, which is a success. We have people here in person, 3,000 people online. We have here a panel full of very interesting subject for the financial market, funding profile for different cases of entrepreneurs in Brazil. And I would like to start quickly with Luis Carvalho. He's the head of research in agribusiness in Brazil. We are anxious to have a debate now with you. Thank you. I hope you can hear me. First, it is a pleasure, Dr. Chang, Guilherme, Leticia. It's very good to be here with you. I have a presentation. I think they should show it so we can follow this. I will talk a little bit about this new partnership between UBS and Banco do Brasil and talk about what we are doing. As Guilherme said, I am responsible for the research, LATAM research department, and I am a senior analyst for oil and gas and agribusiness. Talking a little bit about UBS BB, we usually say we are global. We have a mixture between a strictly global bank with presence in more than 40 countries, and this partnership now with Banco do Brasil, which is one of the largest commercial banks, as you know, largest commercial banks in Brazil, as you know. This partnership is focused on Brazil, but we have a presence in other countries in Latin America where we can have a good reach. Talking a little bit about the research department, which I lead in the region. We have more than 600 analysts scattered over 40 countries. These rankings in the last 4 years. In recent years, we're always on the top positions, and I was talking to Guilherme recently. This enables us to understand several industries because I have an analyst that is in India, in Asia, in Europe, and this complements our power of analysis. And then basically we have now a coverage of more than 3,000 stocks in more than 40 markets, which gives us a global reach. Talking about sustainable finance, we did some research recently with over 160 investors and executives who brought us some readings about the green bonds finance market, where there is a strong commitment on the part of investors to consuming this kind of product. As you can see in these graphs, I will not go into detail of each of the answers, but there is a certain difference between investors, debt investors, and equity investors in the corporate world, where in fact I would say there is a certain similarity between these answers, this demand, I would say, for green products. So most investors have a focus on this type of portfolio. We, as one of the largest private banks in the world, we know these clients, we know these new generations have a greater level of awareness regarding responsibility of this type of product. So there is a very strong demand for these products. Talking a little bit about the flows that we have seen in recent years. So if we look at sustainable investing in the first quarter of this year, it reached something like as almost $2.5 trillion, coming from 1.3 trillion. So there was a great inflow into sustainable investments around the world. And I would say that this should be the trend looking forward in terms of potential growth that we can see looking ahead. In the first quarter of 2022, we saw investors allocating more than $70 billion to funds focused on sustainable investments. And I would say the climate funds are also, I would say, growing faster than others, but are still going down from a peak. And we are still on the second largest fund manager in the world of sustainable investing. Just to illustrate here and not to take too long, basically, this is what we saw in terms of capital flow of capitals to the several products. So green bonds, the sustainable bonds, social bonds, let's say. So we see in a way or another in the last year, reflecting the end of the pandemic, there was a decline when we look year on year. But I would say it is still a quite high level of investment in this type of product, looking historically, I would say. And then just to close to end, Brazil is still focused. I was here talking to Dr. Sheng about this topic. There is a great evolution of these funds, or this interest and appetite of investors for this type of investment. So we see obviously growth. If we look in the last decade, we see a very substantial growth. And here this illustrates, let's say, how investors or how the flow, the equity assets under management are divided between these funds. I will stop here and turn the floor to Guilherme so we can answer questions and have some interaction here. Thank you again for inviting me. Thank you. It was a pleasure. I have a lot of ideas and questions here. Going straight, I would like to invite Guilherme Mero. We have participations in several events with Datagro and Propago. It's a great partner for agro here in Brazil. I know several operations that you're doing. I think this update here at Global Business Forum is important for us to. It's very nice to be able to be here in this event. Thank you again for inviting me. I will go quickly over, talk about what Propago does, and then I will talk about what Luis said. I will talk about sustainable investing. I think you opened the door for this. Propago is the arm of the French development agency that works with private players. The French agency works in a government-to-government basis, financing states and municipalities and state governments and public companies as a whole. And Proparco works with private players. In this logic, obviously, it is inserted within the context we are discussing here. There are transactions in Brazil and in the region financing sugar and ethanol, which is the sector where we have the biggest exposure. We also look at fruit production and orange production, and we look at coffee and pulp and paper. We've seen projects on animal protein and several things in the agro world, especially in what does not involve the production of transgenic products. Everything that is not transgenic, Proparco can look at, and we are interested in looking at. In this sense, we are obviously seeking products that have a bias of social and environmental and developmental impact. And in these lines, the agro world is one of the best, concentrates the three types of impact and very directly. So we are structuring an operation which is sustainability linked. It's not a bond, it's a loan. It is a product that's very interesting. You have a loan, a traditional loan, a bilateral loan between two institutions in which they monitor some type of indicator. It may be social, environmental, or both. And as you achieve social and environmental goals, you have a reduction in the margin of the operations of the loans. So this generates great alignment with the counterparty and makes the operation, in this case I'm talking directly about that, it makes a debt transaction which is oftentimes is seen, oh, you just give the money and we come back to receive the interest and the money back. And when you create this sustainably linked mechanism, you align the interest of the parties, the company that is taking out the loan, that is even more interested, and then because of the financial bias, they are interested in reaching social and environmental targets. And there is also the interests of development banks and multilateral bodies, agencies connected to sustainability. For those who are following the event, you see that this is the hottest topic in agro, which is to try to understand the interests of the world, reduce impact and carbon footprint, and the operations that have green bonds bias, sustainability bonds, and sustainability-linked loans are operations that match this demand very well. This topic is central to our strategy. Operations that contribute to the fight against climate change are the biggest focus of Proparco. And this is a key element of our strategy. I think the topic, thank you for your participation. I think the main topic that you addressed here in your contribution was the importance of agro and ESG. And here at Agro, we totally agree with you. And I think the word that summarizes the position of agro as a whole, not only in Brazil, but as a whole, the ability to reinvent itself, resilience, agro, once again, is proving its importance and its strength in these moments of crisis we are going through. So the sad crisis between Russia and Ukraine reinforces the position of companies that produce biofuels as important regions to supply structural things, which is the case of Brazil, the United States. India is beginning its renewable energy program. So I think it is one of the topics of ESG. We haven't talked a lot about S, but there is no sector with a greater capacity to transfer income and multiply human development indicators than the agribusiness. So when you have a new frontier and then you have a new plant, you make the restaurant a appear, a person who sells services. So you create an ecosystem and develop the region, because the service sector depends on the agro, and you sometimes don't see this. You just see GDP from services, but actually it's agro GDP. If we remove agro industry from the category of industry in Brazil, we don't have industry in Brazil. After I found out that meat packing plants are categorized as industry, so we are really an agricultural country, and God must be a farmer. Moving on to the next participation, we have the pleasure. Professor Cheng was my professor during my master's degree. It is a pleasure to have a black belt from the financial market here with us. And here he has a role that is very important, Vice President of the Bank of China. Professor, it is a pleasure to be here sharing this stage with you. Thank you. It is a pleasure to be here once again. And thank you, colleagues. Luis from Banco do Brasil and UBS, and Guilherme from Poparago, and Leticia from BSBOs. Thank you, Guilherme. In my presentation, actually, just to recap, the first thing I would like to introduce the Bank of China in Brazil, which is a new bank. If you think from this point of operations, only 10, 12 years. And has been investing a lot, following our friends from international banks. My name is Xia Sheng. I'm the Vice President of the Bank of China in Brazil. Talking a little bit about the Bank of China, the bank is one of the largest Chinese banks within China as well. Just to give you an idea, we manage $4.3 trillion, and the profit last year at the end of the year was, in 2021, was $38 billion. It is a lot. It is very well known globally in the ranking, ranked among the top banks, recognized by the three top rating agencies. It's one of the best Chinese banks in the world. Well, here I put here a bit more our operations in Brazil. Here, last year we had the pleasure to be recognized in the ranking of Estadão Mais as one of the best wholesale banks in the country. As you know, little by little, Chinese banks have a different pace. I was explaining this to our colleagues. While you run 1,000, maybe we run 100, but we always doing gradually, participating too in the construction of Brazil, in the social and economic development, especially in the agro area and in other sectors as well. And the Bank of China now, thinking of the operation, it has more than 50 points in the world. It is the Chinese bank that is the most internationalized bank in China, among the top 4 Chinese banks. And all in South America alone, we have another 6 points. We have in Argentina, Peru, and Chile. And in Mexico, and so on and so forth, Panama. And mentioning this, our focus is obviously the Bank of China has a very strong operation in Asia, in the main points in Asia and the main markets, and this has a coincidence. Many imports, Brazilian imports and then exports, are in our points of operation, according to our map. Now I would like to talk a little bit about our participation in sustainability, ESG.
Our bank has always played an active role in regards to sustainable development, social development, and economic development. through its financial strengths. And how do we work? We work in 4 different pillars, as you already saw in my presentation. We have bilateral loans. So we try to play an active role in regards to investments and in regards to global investments that are linked to sustainable projects as well as bio investments. So we invest more than $20 billion overseas, and we partner with global banks around the world. So Bank of China plays an important role in regards to subscriptions and ESG, green bonds, and sustainable linked bonds. And these subscriptions take place in Asia. Because we are an Asian bank, of course, it makes sense. We have a stronger presence in Hong Kong and Shanghai. So the third pillar is to work with the Bank of China. Recently this year, we had the bank subsidiaries collecting millions and millions of dollars to sponsor the development of this project in Europe and China, all over the world with the companies. So last but not least, I've been attending some lectures, and I've learned so much with other speakers. Well, we know that sustainability and the assessment of a project, how can we assess a project in order to conclude that such product is sustainable enough? So do we look at carbon emissions? What are the criteria for that? So what is the criteria? So we have been participating actively in these discussions for international standards. And how do we classify a project as a sustainable project so that we can grant the loans for such projects, and the participation of such companies defining international standards? We have a very strong standard. We work along with European agencies, and we follow international standards. So these are our 4 pillars, and Bank of China has been playing an active role in regards to these pillars. We've been making a lot of effort to collect collect awards all over the world. We've been a recognized bank, and according to Global Finance, we've been linked. The bank has won a award called Outstanding ESG, and four other awards. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with, but Global Finance assesses not only globally, but it also takes the continents into account, not only the headquarters, but also the subsidiaries, in order to grant these awards. It's been a great initiative. So we've won several awards with them. If you are a Bloomberg user, you will see that we are among the best Chinese banks according to the publications and according to Bloomberg. The Bank of China is, I would say, the biggest and most important banks in China. Is a bank that has participated in several associations and discussions. So this is what we've been doing. This is how we've been recognized as a bank. These are our global initiatives in regards to sustainability and climate change and also finance. Well, as I have already mentioned, we played an active role here in Brazil with Petrobras of 1.25 billion, and we made efforts with the U.S. along with the U.S. Thank you so much. 1.35 billion US dollars. So thank you very much, and I will hand it over to you. Mr. Sheng, it's a pleasure to be here with you in this discussion panel. I have some Q&A here, some questions. And do you think that there can be opportunities in Asia, Brazil, and so on? We will talk about that, but Leticia is going to be delivering her presentation afterwards. I'd like to hand it over to Leticia, our last panelist. She's not speaking on behalf of a financial institution. Actually, she represents a brand and a brand position that is very thinks outside of the box. So I've heard you guys are working on jet fuels and so on. So I know you are very engaged and committed to the ESG agenda as well. We are a very young company, and our core business All right, I'm going to start over again. I'm sorry, my microphone was not working. Well, I'm going to be introducing the company, BIOS. It's a very young company. We have been in the market for not for too long, but we have three main pillars: purpose, vision, and values. As our purpose, we want to participate in the sustainable development of the planet. Our vision is to be among the 3 largest biofuel producers in the world by 2030. And our values are sustainability, integrity, innovation, commitment, and value generation. We want to generate value. So in regards to BIOS, we are one of the biggest biodiesel plants in Brazil. We have 2 plants in Passo Fundo. And then we produce there 936 million liters of biodiesel per year. We create more than 500 direct job positions. We work with soy oil, and we process daily around 340 tons of soybeans there. We closed the year with revenues of more than 9 billion BRLs. We partnered in Switzerland. We started a project in Switzerland, and we have a plant that produces 5.6 million liters of biodiesel per year in Switzerland, and the raw material there is the renewable cooking oil. So this is our latest project. We've been working on this project for the last 3 years, and Guy has already mentioned here is a biodiesel, advanced biofuel, and this biofuel is going to be produced for jets. We are going to produce more than 2,000 barrels daily there. We are going to work with animal origin animal and renewed cooking oil. We are expecting to have revenues over $1 billion, and we want to reach that by 2025. And we will be working with jet fuel, green naphtha. In regards to our core values and our sustainability values, we have a very strong seal. We want to be carbon free by 2030 and carbon neutral by 2030. We want to, we expect to in the next upcoming years, we expect to be very committed to the ESG practices. And at the beginning of this year, we published our manifesto. If you want to read our manifest, you are more than welcome to do so. You will understand our development plan and our supply chain. So these are some of the certificates that we have in regards to ESG, ISCC. So we can export biodiesel to Europe. And we also have we've concluded that the social was being forgotten and was being left behind. So we started focusing on social programs, and we've partnered with some associations to foster social projects and programs, so Brascaola, some international associations, such as Advanced Biofuels in the United States, and so on. So obviously, we have a problem, and this forum, we've been tackling these issues, and we've been talking about global warming and climate change. So I think we've been very motivated through investments and countries that believe us, but we do believe that we will need more investors, of course, and the investments should keep happening. We need investments for the country to grow. Here are some of the initiatives, and I call them "It's Now or Never" initiatives because we don't have much time as far as humanity is concerned. We want to expand our ethanol production by 2024, the biodiesel and biojet HBO, the hydrogen, which is a molecule that has made a huge difference and has a huge potential. We want to have people in the center of everything. So it's a global movement. It's of course it's a local investment, but it's a global movement. So in order to achieve all our goals, we must focus on all these points. So in regards to our recent mission, we partnered with Santander. We got this this green loan from Santander Bank, and the adherence to the financial market was pretty good. We issued a loan. We granted a loan for cooking oil. We partnered with a local association called Acloama. They are managed by locals, people who live in that city. So we've been collecting great KPIs. We've been benefiting from it, and also with great interest rates. I hope that this is the first of many initiatives that we have. We need to generate, to catch up. We need to catch up. We need more investments in this area, and we need to prioritize companies that follow the ESG practices. Not only follow, but we want to prioritize these companies. So this is what we want to do as far as a company is concerned. So my final message is We have appetite. We are hungry for investments. We want to foster investments, and we know that it needs to be increased, of course. We have to keep on running, and we need to run fast so that we can meet the demands that we have right now. Here are two graphics, two illustrations that illustrate the green volumes. On the right side, you have the forecast for the annual trillion in green bonds possible by 2023. There is a huge potential. There's a huge growth potential, by the way. And because there is a lot of potential, we have opportunities to grow. So I do believe that this is the best way we will be able to mitigate these problems, the environmental issues, by generating investments and taking care of the environment. Thank you very much, guys.
Letícia, thank you very much for your participation. I think it was very rich, and I agree that the capital market has a responsibility first to increase their operations and adapt the profile of the funding offers to the companies. We need to have the right funding at the right time to plan, to sow, and treat the crops. This is one of the benefits of the capital market, and the other is a dentist, a doctor, or a service provider who invests in funds that support initiatives like that will provide guidance so that the companies can continue to have responsible operations. We will begin a debate here, and I will begin with Letícia. And I would like to ask you a question. I think you were very fortunate when you gave an example of how the company is benefiting from responsible policies. This is in high vogue. This is in vogue, ESG. Do you think in this first operation was more E or more S? Was it the oil or the person who collected the oil who had the greatest value? It seems to be rhetorical, but it was 50-50. But this KPI that we are seeking, we will only be able to reach because we have this partnership with this association, generating new collection points. It is moving forward in total synergy. This only happened because there is this association. Of course, the company wants it, and the third part wants that, the bank with this appetite to have this volume. And this, is it a capital market operation, a CRI, or is it a conventional debt? Conventional debt. Moving on to Luis, I have a question for you. How do I, as a Brazilian investor who accesses the basis through UBS, can differentiate the different products that are available on the shelf through monitoring, operational rating? How do I compare the products that are being distributed through the bank basis and the market? Excellent question. Nowadays, there are some external certification institutions that compare these products. There is obviously a level of, I would say, of internal compliance. I can talk about UBS BB regarding the monitoring of the performance of the companies, as Letícia mentioned. There is a discussion of how much the company is able to meet the targets that it set during the debt or the target. And Bloomberg, on the platforms, there are some ways to compare. And I think it has to do more with the financial performance, the return, which is obviously linked to the risk of a given operation or a given company. But there are mechanisms now, independent mechanisms that you can use to monitor not only on the financial side of the product, but also monitor the operating metrics, environmental, sustainability, or governance targets of the company. So there is a point in your question that says we are increasingly seeing, maybe at the beginning, this ESG was a lot in E, but there is a big concern with the environmental aspect. But we see investors are demanding that the three letters are very well connected. You need to have environmental, but also social benefits, and if the governance of a certain sector does not follow all environmental progress. There are some mechanisms to monitor the two sides of these vehicles. Thank you, Luis. Professor, Datagro has clients in more than 50 countries. I am in a phase here, I've done some distant countries, and I've been traveling frequently to Africa and Southeast Asia. This year, I've just come back from my 7th trip. This is the year in which I traveled abroad more times. Clearly, China and its investments in Africa are very relevant in many sectors, in communications, infrastructure, distribution. And we are beginning to see this here in the Americas. And here we are in the Global Agribusiness Forum in Brazil, and you are responsible for the region in Brazil. Give us your opinion on what you think is strategic for the Bank of China to invest here. Is agro on the list? What is the profile of agro operations that you're looking at? So we can understand the opportunities. Imagine that here in our audience there are many farmers here who are looking at you as like a pot of gold, although there are several $trillion. Thank you, Guilherme, and for the compliment to the bank. I think, just like all other banks, the operation of the Bank of China in Brazil has a lot more to do with cooperation with Brazilian banks. So I think this has to be clear. The Bank of China is not here to work alone, and it is here to work with all Brazilian major banks and international banks. Now, regarding your question, the Bank of China has really, it prioritizes funds to ESG area and climate change and sustainability, and this is a priority for the bank. The bank, as we have seen, it is little by little being recognized not only globally, but it has now started to be recognized in Brazil and Latin America as one of the partner banks, together with other banks, Western banks and Eastern banks too, and the Brazilian banks, to be a solution for large Brazilian companies in the agro area and in the agro-industrial area, and also in other industries related to sustainability and the green issues. It's not only in agro, but any other industry that is committed to reducing carbon levels and try to reach sustainability goals. Just to be clear for me and for those who are watching us, I am a small, medium, or large farmer, and I want to create a relationship with you. Should I go see a Brazilian bank that would lead me to you, or do I see you directly? Actually, the Bank of China in Brazil is still small. We have around 60 employees. Our operation is still limited. For this reason, we currently can only serve well major Brazilian companies and large multinational companies that operate in Brazil. Little by little, we will want to serve, with the expansion of the bank, we would like to serve other segments. But in the case of your question, I think it is a very good solution that we are looking very fondly at in Brazilian banks are the large cooperatives And large cooperatives in Brazil have a social function, an economic function that is fantastic and helps small and medium farm holders, not only funding, but the entire but manages risks. So I think large cooperatives would also, it would be very nice to enter into partnerships with small and medium Brazilian companies. Thank you very much. Proparco, what is the profile of the operations? Duration, term? How long does it take to access the French funding? Our operations to have a minimum ticket of $15 million, and we have bigger tickets. We wouldn't be able, just like the people from the Bank of China, we wouldn't have our capacity to operate with very small producers. We have more than 10 operations with banks in Brazil, creating specific lines that tend to be to have funds directed to smaller players. And bilateral transactions, our minimum ticket is around $15 million. In terms of terms, the minimum term here to start generating a relevant impact is 5 years. This is the minimum term. We have operations of 12 years in agro, which is not very common for bilateral operations. We had 15-year operations with infrastructure companies. So we managed to have very long durations. It depends on each product, each demand, each client. So we think 5, 8, 10 years. It is in line with what we like to do. They are amortizing. They're not bullet operations. They have like 5, 6 years. It's very reasonable. Let me get the hook. I do not represent Banco do Brasil specifically, but Banco do Brasil is a large bank for agribusiness here that reaches this part of small farm holders with different financing products. And the French agency is working with Banco do Brasil. I don't know all the details because it's another vehicle, but it is the bank that can reach those people. Yes, certainly, but I think the capital market can enable access to operations with development banks like Propargo and other banks that we have observed. I have noticed interest in which the development bank is increasingly open to see if its funding that is more long-term can access different links of the chain. Definitely, and our role, just like that of my colleague from the Bank of China, it's not to compete with local banks. I think local banks do their role, fulfill their role very well. They offer trade-related debt that is very well structured. The farmers know what to do, how fast they can get the money. So it's really good, and it works really well. And the role of Proparco is not to compete with local banks in this type of line. We come here to complement the offering of credit in the local market. That the first solution and most obvious solution is local commercial banks, and then this is another line that Atagro has a lot of experience, like CRAs, structured products. And Proparco will operate in a niche, financing capex and long-term products focused on capex with long-term debt, with farmers who export, who need structured debt in dollars and in euros. That would make a lot more sense for them without having to resort to the swap market, so we would be more competitive. I think there's not only space for everyone, but each player will help the market in a different way. So obviously Leticia's company will look at different solutions. It will not have a one-stop shop solution that will solve all the problems. And in this point, I think it will work with local banks and development agencies and multilateral organisms, and you will be able to cover a different demand of the counterparty. But I think one of the things that each entity brings, and I think that is something that is in vogue, multilateral entity like Proparco will have stronger ESG and monitoring biases that are stronger, and it will promote the ESG agenda. 20 years ago, governance was a lot worse than it was today, and now we see governance as something that is primordial, and it's our responsibility to guide the way in structural agencies that are long-term. If you look at governance now, and it is a key element, a must-have for operations. I used to say ESG was a differential, and now this is the basic. If you look at environmental now, we are at a point in which you can access so many pockets more if you have a stronger social and environment bias, that this is almost a mandatory demand on the part of the players, and we will follow this. Another thing I would like to ask your operation, where there is the enforcement that you have a responsible stock and commercial benefits. Do you think this is a trend, or is it something that is there any other? There was another development bank that developed a line in this sense, which is Brazilian Development Bank. It created the Renova Bio, which is a program for people who are not very, it's for biofuels in Brazil, biodiesel, biogas, and ethanol. So my question for you is, are there options for you to show and to have the benefits of the work you're doing?
I believe so. I believe this is a trend, and us as a company, we've been trying to address this agenda locally as well, because we work with different types of credits. We want to increase the participation of green volume, green loans, green bonds. So we've been trying to make it more relevant, of course. You participate in this program, right? The BNDES program called Renova Bio. Do you also participate in other carbon programs around the world? Is it a trend? Yeah, we do. We participate in Renova Bio. We are certified. Both plans are certified, and we have this movement that we have in the company, because it's important to have certificates. We export our products to Europe, and we worry about the final cost and the final prices of our products. We participate in this program that was inspired by programs in the United States. So we do focus on the final product as well. So I have a question for you guys. I can see that banks are hungry and they are really focusing on ESG practices, but what have you been doing in order to improve your KPIs and your governance? What have you been doing in practical terms so that you can be more agile and also can create more benefits? Wow, what a hot topic. In fact, there's always two sides of the coin, right? Yes, exactly. What I think is banks in general, as opposed to capital market, banks, they work with some government banks like Bank of China, Banco do Brasil. When we look at sustainable finances, we must look in the long term, right? But we are able to customize, to be pioneers, and to be innovative. The capital market follows a more standardized model. The, we don't. We can be more adaptable and we can adapt more and have more concessions. Anyway, this is the main difference in regards to time. Because we are innovating and adapting our products to companies in general, like Petrobras, for instance, we need a little bit more time to map, to have a roadmap and study what's happening. There is bigger volume. The deadline is a little longer. So how can you contribute as a company? How can you contribute? And how do you do your cash flow? Do you worry about the impact that your company has in the environment or not? So for these banks, this is very important. So and that's why it takes longer for banks like this to grant loans. We cannot only think about capital markets. Like, yeah, capital markets, they will issue something and they will grant something, but the government banks, they need to think better. They need to think over. They need to work with being pioneers and leaders. Just take Bank of China as an example. Bank of China issued one of the most important bonds called biodiversity bonds, and this is an important point. So we cannot lag behind, I believe. Yes, that's right. Propaco participated in some huge operations for wind mills, and at the time they saw that as something exotic, something out of the box. But nowadays, the market is more familiar with alternative energy, and I think it takes time. Of course, you need to get access to to someone who is certified, so that they can see if you meet the demands and the requirements. Sometimes it takes a decade to build a relationship with a partner, a business partner. So when you look at a specific project, you can do that. You can monitor the impact of that project. But it's important to bear in mind that it's a long-term relationship. It's very different from capital market. All right, I know that we are running a little bit out of time, but I just want to say one more thing. If the project is good, there will be funding for that. Okay, bear that in mind. And I start noticing, as Guilherme has mentioned here, I started noticing that banks are using a different kind of criteria to invest in these projects. They are very aware of ESG practices, and they want companies to meet the ESG requirements. So there is supervision, right? So you guys supervise these companies. Yes, guys, I think we all agree with this point, and especially people who are watching us. We are facing a time in history in which the financial market has a huge responsibility, because we need to face structural reforms. So where and how are we going to allocate our resources? This is going to play a crucial role in the future, and it's going to tell us where to go. We need to look at prices, assessment. Leticia, I've been keeping up as an advisor and as a financial advisor. I've been keeping up with everything that has been going on in the market, and it's great to hear your opinions. It's a trend, and they will be forced to have different prices. So Banco do Brasil, Bank of China, they will have to have mechanisms in order to make efforts. We are facing a very important time in Brazilian society, and I will illustrate that. The fourth biggest city has 4 million cars, and we've been polluting more than 1,400 in the ranking. In Bali has 5 million cars and is among the top 20. We are a green country. We don't use masks. We don't wear masks in São Paulo, and because of biofuels. And in the last 2 terms, we created public policies that were quite important. I'll give you a few examples. RenovaBio going from B6 to B15, increasing our capacity for biodiesel production. So we had this dilemma. We had the product, but we didn't have the client. Now we have the client, so now we have the customer. So Floresta Mais represents this change. We need to preserve forests, and by preserving forests, we are going to generate wealth for producers, for farmers. 80% of your area needs to be a forest reservation. We need to deal with wildfires and so on. So I think I see a lot of opportunities in the future. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you and to participate in this event. I'd like to thank all of you, and a round of applause. Thank you so much, Professor Shang, Gui, Luis, and Leticia. Thank you so much.
Já devemos começar? Bem, boa tarde.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you hear me well? Good afternoon, everyone. We will start the panel of the Innovation Arena, and we have here with us Mr. Abdallah Novaes, Chief of Crop Science Digital, Adriana Arolho, CEO of SAP Brazil, and Simcha Shore, founder of AGRIBUSINESS from video, will be with us online. José Otávio de Albuquerque Sampaio, CEO of Lockton Brazil. I have here a small presentation, a short presentation of our Secretariat of Agriculture. And you can show the first slide, please. Next one, please. Here, I took office on June 1st, 2021, and reopened all the sectorial chambers. We have 31 of each production chain, and it increased, the number of sectorial chambers increased to 50. We reopened more than 500 houses of agriculture that were closed in the state of São Paulo because of the pandemic and because of other reasons as well. We had a program called Green Basket, 1,623 growers. We delivered 455,000 buckets delivered to vulnerable population, 5 metric tons of food, and we paid 10.5 million to small farmers. We released 400 million reais to credit, mostly to small and medium holdings in the state, emergency credit due to the water crisis we had, and pro-tractor and implement credit. We created 31 local productive arrangements in several and we reached 50 local productive arrangements joining the production chains. Here, this was a great achievement. There was a law from from the year 2000 that we changed this law, and we had 15,000 producers derivatives of cheese and honey, and also cold cuts. We benefited 1 million families and 6 billion reais in businesses. The state of São Paulo has an interesting characteristics. The cheese traveled from here hidden, and they arrived in France and Italy and Spain, and now they can travel in a legal way, respecting sanitary issues of each country, but these products are traveling in a legal way. In the state of São Paulo, where you have The municipalities that have SISM, that sends it to SISM, and which is a new adherence to sell in the entire country. This is a movement of the economy of our state. Here we modernized the legislation for rubber trees, coffee, citrus, equines, and animal transit, except for coffee. Because what happened here, there were restrictions, agronomic restrictions, and there was no reason for these restrictions. Brazil produced, São Paulo produced 15,000 seedlings of rubber trees, but we continued to plant rubber trees, and the seedlings were being brought from some other place without adequate health. And coffee is the same thing. Citrus is a permanent battle, which is also regularized with oversight from us and MAP. Adherence to CISB. If you have a CISB, you can automatically migrate to national CISB. It's a great leap that the Ministry of Agriculture took, and São Paulo took an even bigger leap by adhering really fast, thanks to the health issues that were already solved in the state. Investment in research, there is a historical record for Brazil. The highest investment we had was 17 million 12 years ago, and this government invested 102 million in research, paying the salaries of researchers. And it is, oh no, it is not pay for the salaries, it pays for the research itself. For each real invested, 16.23 reais get back to society. Investment in agro-livestock defense, with a purchase of 161 vehicles, 550 pieces of IT equipment, and 282 new servers. And here, something happened here. Oh, something happened here. I'll go to the next one. There is a problem here. Well, the São Paulo agro grew 26.6% last year, but Brazil grew 10.1%, considering this growth of São Paulo. And here, agro accounts for 14% of our GDP. 21% of the formal jobs in the state are in the agro sector. I'm sure you like this part. Rural Roots. This is a program, Rotas Rurais. It's a program in partnership with Google, and we have delivered 393 municipalities. This is a zip code. When people ask you, they ask for a proof of address, you give them your zip code, and you just give the number of the street. And this is the, so you get, for example, Ribeirão Preto, in which 99.7% of the population is urban. And somebody asked, but Ribeirão Preto doesn't need it because everybody lives in the city, but the rural properties are there. They have not moved to the city, and they do not have an address. They have never had an address. So it's 400,000 rural properties that we have mapped. We have mapped more than 50,000 kilometers of roads that existed, but they were not mapped. And now farmers can, online or offline, spot the farm or the main house of the farm and put the digital address for any order they made online, or for a party, for a barbecue, and people can arrive. We will deliver 100% of the municipalities in São Paulo. This is very important for us and for the state, and we want this to multiply to the entire country. This program, Best Way, it's a program that exists for 21. In 21 years, we delivered 12,000 kilometers of perennial rural roads where you have sewage and the water does not run on the road. We have delivered 5,000 kilometers of perennial rural roads. Here, the biggest investment in research, and here one of the main programs, most important programs, which is the Environmental Rural Register. We are in course. The Environmental Rural Register is self-declaratory. And what are we doing? We processed 100% of all the 400,000 properties. We have analyzed 67% of them, and what needs to be analyzed is that people made this registration during the enactment of the Code of Forestry Code that celebrated its 10th anniversary. There are quilombolas and indigenous areas that are a bit more complex. It is within this 33% remaining. 645 municipalities have been analyzed. 67% are ready, in which a farmer just needs to go there and accept or contest the data of our analysis. And the law of peace. This law of peace here is so important. If you live in São Paulo, you know. We have a problem. We have a land problem, especially in the west of São Paulo, the Pontal do Paranaíba region, which has like 7 or 8 decades without deeds. This during our administration. And our Congressman Rodrigo Garcia said, we want to do this. So when the government wants and the legislators want, it happens. There was a law that was sanctioned on the 21st of July, and we started regularizing. So the state economy is operating, and there is dignity for the people who are there in the land for 70 or 80 years. And many people died without seeing this piece of land where they lived for their whole lives without having legal registration. And now we are in the process of proving that peaceful tenure of this land so they can have their deed of property for that land. So I think this ends my presentation. So the presentations are quick. If you want more details, I am here available to answer questions. Well, moving forward,
Então, nós vamos agora ver a apresentação.
we will start with the presentation of Abdallah Novaes, who is the leader of Crop Science Digital. Please, Abdallah, the floor is yours. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. First, it is a pleasure to be here with all of you. Thank you for the brief presentation, Subsecretary. Of everything you said, I think the main thing you said was the investment. There is no evolution without investment. And congratulations on the return that you have achieved so far. Can I please have the clicker? Thank you. In these brief minutes, I would like to talk to you how we at Bayer, we believe that digital agriculture will transform the way we do work agriculture, not only in Brazil, but at worldwide. We joke in the company saying that digital agriculture should not have this name, but we should call it decision agriculture, because everything data and technology will enable is that everybody who works with agriculture and cropping will be able to make better decisions and more assertive decisions, which will transform agriculture. When we look back to the past, we need to reinforce the brilliant work that Brazilian growers have been doing in recent years. Here I have the base. Starting in 1970, there was a very important milestone, which was the arrival of no-till planting. It's impressive that to see that in 50 years we delivered now almost 4,000 kilos. This is a transformation not seen anywhere in the world, and that people do not talk about outside Brazil. It's interesting to see that this technology and this productivity curve only occurred because there were two factors. On the one side, innovation, many people creating innovation and new technologies, but the main side is the adoption by our farmers of the technology that was available. Knowledge, innovation, and the application of this innovation was what allowed us to have this exponential curve and make Brazilian agriculture very sustainable. This was in the past, but we have a long way ahead. Everybody who is here has a responsibility not to let this curve become flat. We need to make this curve increasingly more exponential. That's why connectivity plays an important role. In 1940, 50, or 60, we needed this size of land to produce the same amount of grain that this side on the right produces. It's incredible. When we say that we can produce more using less land, it's not a promise. It is a fact of that reflects what we have already been doing. And when we look at where we are, we know that we can make even more progress. I don't know if you all know that, but there is still around 30 or 40% variability in production in the same piece of land, and we still lose 30 or 40% with diseases and pests and other problems in the crops. But we have managed to optimize productivity, that it will be increasingly difficult to become more efficient in these remaining 30%. And that's where data intelligence, information, and connectivity come. I don't know if everybody knows, but there is not a formula for yield. If somebody promises to have this formula, they're lying. But we can have an approximation of how we build yield. And in our opinion, there are three main factors. First is genetics, to ensure that we have plants that have an increasingly more favorable genetics, soybean, grain and corn grains, to ensure that this plant that we are putting in the soil is healthier and better and has better qualities. The second factor is environment. If you it's not enough to have a good seed, you need to have a good soil. So production environment is the second of the main factors, and the third one is decision. You know, producing is not easy. You have more than, there are people who say 1,000, I would say more than 100 is already a lot. Decision after decision. And it's not easy to know if our decisions are correct. When we combine these three factors, we realize that digital and data are not that. There is no data, but the digital will enable us to have increased efficiency in these three factors. So you use data to know if this environment is healthy, to see if this genetic, if I'm exploring this potential, if the decision that I made was good. And the digital enters the stage. When we look at research and what is happening in the crops, we see this is a reality. The author of this research, it is a U.S. research that shows that in 4 years, the blue bar is 2017 and the orange bar is 2021. There are the main decisions regarding the crops. You see that in 4 years, farmers doubled the use of data in their decision making. You see this in 4 years. Can you imagine this in 10, 20 years? So we need to make decisions today that will have an effect in 10 years. So farmers have learned that if they use technology and digital, they will be able to optimize the three main factors that I showed before, and other factors too. And this is already happening. And what is even more brilliant is when we bring this to the reality. Many of you know in Brazil that we have a productivity course called SASB. It basically, it's a contest. What does this contest? It gets lots of farmers to enroll in a contest, and it says who is going to win, who produces more. In 15 years, the champion got 80 sacks of soybean from hectare, and now it's getting 130. So what is the maximum potential that we can achieve? But when we go to the average, this average increased, but increased a lot less. We are making agriculture more sustainable, but not in the same form that as fast as there is innovation. I joke that this graph is an alligator mouth and it's opening. So we need to help farmers close this gap. We can go further. Why are we not going as far as we could? There is cost and technology and information, and that's where the digital comes in. The orange line has data from our digital platform, FoodView. There is the buyer platform, and it shows that customers who adopted digital technology consistently over the last 3 years have been producing at a faster pace than the average. Is it the digital who is doing this? No, it's not digital. It's not only because I used a platform that this platform brought more productivity, but it's the farmers who are using, collecting information and transforming information into these three production factors. So we have begun a journey that will not be a linear journey. It will not be an arithmetic progression. It will be a geometric progression journey. The farmers are producing a lot more than yesterday. So just an example to make this tangible for you. This is a picture of our platform of one of our clients. On the left, we have the picture of this crop, of this farmer's crop in 2020. In 2020, he had been producing corn for many years. He planted with the same population of corn. Every year he planted the same way. You see it's all red. It represents 2 years later, he started looking at technology and the data and the way look at the way the farmer is planting now. It's the same. You see there are places that are dark green, light green, and yellow. So he learned about the production environment and the genetics, and he put in the inputs where he needed. This is sustainability, to use the information that he had in the red side to plant differently. 2 years later, this is the result. The farmer was now harvesting 150 bags, and now he harvested 262 sacks of corn in the same area, using the same inputs, making the same decisions, the same amount of diesel, the same amount of rain. He was able to increase production by 50 sacks of corn. Imagine when he plants soybeans. So when we talk about sustainability and innovation and use of data, it's so that we don't have thousands of examples. We want to have millions of these examples in Brazilian crop and Latin America and worldwide. This is an example that makes it tangible, that we can be sustainable, producing more in the same volume and be more profitable. I'm sure this farmer is very happy because he made more money in the same piece of land. And here it brings data from the system. So the data will allow the company not only to help farmers inside the crop, it will allow the farmers to start working directly and change their relationships with organizations and invent technologies that didn't exist. It will enable farmers to find funding in a different way. Imagine these farmers who have more technique. He will get better rates than others that do not use technology. So technology will enable farmers to unlock value beyond the farm. And finally, the biggest takeaway that I would like to leave you with is that we need to take more knowledge. As you've seen on the first slide, it is knowledge that makes us advance. Its digital education is essential for farmers to understand that it's not a plus, but it's something that will enable us to create more value with what they already have. And also support entrepreneurship, startups, to make the ecosystem work together. So we say that we in the agro, we need to get closer to industry outside our system. For example, Bayer entered into a partnership with Microsoft because we don't have all the knowledge we need. So why not make partnerships with people who can help in the battle to reduce costs? We have a lot of cost in Brazil. The Brazilian cost is very high to import technology and bring technology. And the higher the cost, the fewer the farmers who can use them. So these are the factors that our society and industries should work towards, so we can transform examples like this into truth, and it's something solid in Brazil. Thank you very much.
Bem, como você
Well, you were very brief, and that saved us some time. So I have one or two questions for you. You talked about direct growth. You also talked about harvesting on straw. How do you see the integration of farmers and forests? I think farmers will always have to make a decision. And with the minute that they realize that the decision is good and profitable, they will stick to it. Not only financial return, but the legacy, sustainability, and so on. So I do believe that there are studies proving that the systems are very efficient. And so if we can leave a legacy for them and generate results for them, I think they will make the right decisions. Farmers have been investing millions and millions in machinery, and they decide to invest 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. Why? Because they know that they will have a good return of their investment. So I think that's what it's all about. It's if they have good return on their investments, they will be early adopters. So growing over straw, how do you see the concentration of carbon, of CO2, carbon? So here at Bayer, we've been leading one of the biggest carbon programs, and we've been working with several people. In Brazil, we have a partnership with 6 universities, over 80 researchers, to be able to answer your question. Because in regards to carbon, we need to have reliable data. A lot of people talk about carbon, but we cannot overpromise and underdeliver. We must have everything based on science and tangible things. We still don't know the answer to that question. Perfect. Great. So I have a remark to make. We don't use a safrinha anymore as an expression, right? Because for 3 sacks of corn, one comes from the second harvest. So the safrinha became one of the main harvests in Brazil. Interesting integration system in tropical weather and temperate weather, mild weather. So Brazil is a leader, is a market leader in the tropical market, and it also exports this technology to the world. We have cutting-edge technology. Thank you so much, Abdallah. Congratulations on your presentation. And Adriana Aro, she's the CEO of SAP Brazil. So you can make your remarks and deliver your presentation. Thank you so much. There you go. Let me just find the right slide. I've skipped a few slides. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Secretary. It's such a pleasure to be here with the other panelists. Not only for me, but for SAP. It's a great opportunity to be committed to the agribusiness. It's great to be here and tell you what we've been doing in such an important industry, an industry that feeds the world. So I'd like to talk a little bit about SAP, and then after that, I will expand to what we do in agribusiness. So our purpose as a company, what is our purpose as a company? For the ones who don't know us yet, we are a software leader in the market. We've been around for 50 years. Our headquarters are in Germany, and we've been in Brazil for over 25 years. Including this year, we have an R&D in Rio Grande do Sul state. We have teams exclusively dedicated to finding solutions for the agribusiness industry. We support companies of all sizes, and we understand that our role is to help companies to become smarter. And how do we help companies to become smarter? It's not only about being digital. A smarter company is sustainable, is diverse, is innovative, and this is the role of technology, is to help these companies to do all that. So we are not only a technology company, but we worry about people, and that's our purpose as a company. We worry about people. And 3/4 of the GDP, the worldwide GDP, goes around technology. So what are the customer imperatives and what our customers face? They face business transformation. Abdallah has mentioned here what happened in the last decades. this is real already. It's been happening in several fields of agribusiness. I think the pandemic was a very eye-opening experience, and supply chain has never been so challenged. And how are we going to do that? We need to do that in a sustainable way. There is no other way to do that. We depend and rely too much on natural resources. We must find ways to produce more efficiently and to be more aware of our planet. So in regards to technology, we say that we have a contingency plan, right? There is no plan B for our planet. We need to use collective intelligence so that we can find ways and better solutions. So our vision is to enable these enterprises to become an intelligent and sustainable enterprise. And this is no different with agribusiness. There is this integration of the supply chain, and it has become a reality in Brazil and in the world. Technology plays an important role when it comes to integration and connectivity. Sustainability as well. I'm going to stress sustainability at SAP because we believe that there is no other way. This was the first global company that started reporting its social environmental results back in 2012, even before ESG practices started being implemented. So we are Dow Jones leaders in regards to sustainability index, and we take this seriously. So our vision is that sustainability cannot be improvised, right? It should be rooted in the corporate culture, in everything that the company does. Solutions, for sure, but operations and investments, especially social investments. And what do we need to do? We need to be coherent because we need to focus on sustainability, and there are two pillars. The first one is enabling, of course. In agribusiness, we need to enable farmers, and we know that constantly all farmers, they are constantly working for sustainable solutions, and they need to serve as a role model. Of course, there is a global impact, not only in Brazil, Germany, but other countries. We must focus on sustainable growth and sustainable development. We cannot only support with technology, but I need to be a role model as a company. I need to focus on renewable sources of energy, on the fleet. I need to have a electric vehicles fleet. So we must be coherent when it comes to being a company. So we need to do the talk and walk the walk, if you know what I mean. So let's talk about data, because this is what this discussion panel is all about. We have been talking about data, and it's all about data, right? So oftentimes when we talk about sustainability and positioning, brand positioning, I get this question: what does sustainability have to do with technology? It has everything to do with technology. Anything that you want to do, you need information to get it done. So in agribusiness, you have a big dichotomy. On one side, you have very sophisticated technology, drones, surveillance cameras, and so on. But you also have, on the other hand, a very elementary technology. So at the beginning of the pandemic, we had a research. We carried out a research, an online research, showing farmers' vision and companies' visions. So one of the conclusions of this research was that 84% of the respondents said that they already work with some kind of technology in their production process, but they can't use all this available data and turn this available data into information that can help them make better decisions. So it's about actually using this data and changing this data into information, useful information. You know that agro is very popular right now. Agribusiness is very popular, but technology can be a very important tool. A colleague here talked about research and development, and I think there is no way back. We need to keep on investing in R&D, especially on data, technology, so we can enable that growth and also analyze some behavioral patterns as well. We've been analyzing and assessing agribusiness for many, many years, so we are able to provide the right data. And the data is capable of increasing productivity, by the way. It's the result of a set of things that we do and we implement. So we need to have better information to make decisions. I need to have a better use of my resources. So technology, once again, plays a very important role in regards to efficiency. The current technologies, artificial intelligence, big data, everything is available. But it's important to blend this with the data collected and ask yourself, how can it be done so you can have a better decision making? So data here in the supply chain, I'm going to stress once again, you have a network to exchange information, and this is elementary, this is fundamental. Consumers are willing to pay more for products that are traceable, and it has to do with sustainability. Without technology, this cannot be done. And when we talk about sustainability, the first thing that comes to mind is environmental sustainability, but we need to also take governance into account. When we look at the co-ops, we see that these corporations, they are talking about becoming publicly traded companies, and they are more focused on financial topics as companies. So we need to use data, statistics, technology all together, and all combined, we will have a better supply chain, a better agriculture supply chain, not only better, but efficient. So we have digitalization challenges in the new era, and the 5G will play a transformational role in this era. There is research available pointing this out, and there are challenges in regards to digitalization, of course, but there is a certain unbalance in regards to having access to technology. So we rely on labor work, and labor work is something quite challenging in the urban areas, but it's even more challenging in the rural areas. We have a deficit in regards to labor work. So we have to be constantly investing in training, professional training. But anyway, 5G is not only a button, it's a journey. It's going to take time. But as we start implementing this technology, and as this technology is available, we can embrace it and we can grow faster. It's going to be a transformational journey for agribusiness. And just to wrap it up, I would like to talk about the trends, and I will point out some of the data here. Agribusiness is one of the most important and most strategic activities, economic activities. For us as a company, there's coffee, tea, chocolate, very impressive data here. In Brazil, more than 90% of the meals use SAP technology. So we are very proud of that. We know that we are also very responsible for that. But once again, I'd like to thank for the opportunity to be here, for being here. Thank you so much.
Just a minute to make an ad here. Can I go back? Here, I'm leaving you with a QR code, so you can learn more about our solutions for agribusiness and our countless success cases. So please access our QR code and come and talk to us after the presentation. It will be a pleasure. And Adriana, let's make use of the time. Agro is poppy, agro is tech, agro is everything. But pop is really our farmers who are brave, really brave, and have made advanced and in our land over land that was degraded by the nature in our Midwest region. So yes, it is pop. It has transformed agro into pop. So this is our homage to farmers. I'm very happy that SAP is coming now with all the respect that this company has in the world. So I'm very happy that you're entering the agro business. And we have some connectivity problems. There was once a bid for the privatization of the sector, and we did not consider the rural area. And I don't even mean the rural area. I mean the access of the main roads, highways in the country, where we lose connection and with every kilometer, regardless of the operator we are using at the time. I will conclude moving forward. I will move forward so I can ask you a question. So if you take, for example, the truck drivers who live inside the truck, they have a family, they need to talk to their children, their wives, send pics to make a transfer to their families, make a financial transfer to the family, and they don't have connectivity. When we talk about 5G, sometimes we don't even have half a G in a stretch of Bandeirantes, which is so close to here. What can we do with all the technology that is available, with the maps that Abdallah presented, with the technology inside the machines, embedded into the machines, without the connection to generate data that transform into information that in turn is transformed into economic maps to seek increased productivity? I know your answer will be very difficult because my question was very complex because it depends on public policies. Secretary, I used the word journey in my speech. I think it is a long journey. And that's why, with all these difficulties, we have an optimistic view of the revolution that 5G can have over time. It's not a single action, it is a group of actions and players. The company have to play a role, the government has to play a role, because connectivity resolves from trivial issues, for example, the examples you mentioned, and digital inclusion, because of one of the problems I mentioned has to do with the deficit of labor shortage. When I have more connectivity, I can train people remotely, digitally. So it enables digital inclusion. It will enable us to take technology, current technology, cloud technology as a service, which also touches a point of high investment. Cloud solutions are more accessible to most people here. So it is a long journey. It would be beautiful if we can have all this ready from one day to the next. But I think for the technology to be available, the whole ecosystem needs to embrace it. Well, thank you very much. By principle, in our secretariat, we do not announce projects. We announce programs when they are available. So we will have surprises soon. São Paulo will be connected, fully connected. So this opens more space for private enterprise to continue developing in our state. I would like now to call our friend João Otávio de Albuquerque, who is the CEO of Lockdown. Well, Secretary, thank you very much for the honor to be here. Thank you, the organizer and my fellow panelists, to give an idea of how the insurance industry, through big data, help foster the agricultural market in Brazil. Here we look and we talk about lockdown in the world. What are the best practices in the world that we could bring to Brazil in terms of insurance and practices to develop here? So Lockton is a global company. We are present in 125 countries in the world. We have access to several types of insurance, and we are focused now on agriculture. We are one of the largest insurance companies in the world. Our headquarters is in Kansas, the U.S. We have considerable investments in Brazil. These are locked-on numbers, but I will go through them really quickly. But I think the best is to focus on what insurance can do for agribusiness in Brazil. And we have here a large investment we're making in Brazil in agribusiness with a large group of executives focused not only on insurance, rural insurance, but also on the parametric insurance, which is insurance that brings indexes and data as parameters for us to have an objective view of the risk and bring this to farmers. What is the insurance market nowadays? This market has a penetration of 6% of GDP, which is nothing compared to the 27% of agribusiness. So what are we trying to do to bring the culture of insurance to farmers and large companies in the sense of being able to transfer the risk and have a security in this confidence in this transfer? So how do we do this? We have data. The data we capture in Brazil are EBGE, and Embrapa and some co-ops, and this data model the insurance, which now have a very small penetration in Brazil. The penetration of insurance is very low. So if we create public policies to help rural insurance, the São Paulo state government and the Paraná state government also help develop this. But the quality of data prevent us from having more accessible costs. So we need to be able to develop insurance towards this culture to make people assimilate this culture, because the mass volume makes insurance become more affordable. And this helps farmers become more focused on their core activity. And the risks would be taken on by the people who are willing to finance them in case of climate problems, weather problems. And in Brazil, we have a serious problem. Insurance is more treated geographically in terms of rather than properties. What my colleague said of SAP about the 5G issue is going to be essential for insurance. If you can put markers in this continent-sized country, and you are able to collect reliable information that we can use to model insurance coverage and massify this at a more affordable cost, we are going to get a lot more scale, and we'll have better distribution through banks or channels or co-ops. We'll be able to access the field and create this database not only through state and federal agencies and universities that provide data for us to model insurance, but we will also have this. And this is very important. We will talk about insurance that we have now as parametric insurance based on indexes, which are objective insurance, that if you reach the index, the claim is paid. So if you have a frost or extreme weather events or yield problems, everything is prefixed in your history in the data that are collected. Nowadays, it's very expensive with satellite to be very precise. So you use state mechanisms and federal mechanisms and the universities to have this data and do this. So the creation of a large database will massify this and will improve the quality because insurance has an important social role. It is rebuilds things. It wants to get the activity back to the level it was before the accident or the extreme weather event happened. And it takes us to go back and employ people and the supply chain, and it contributes to that. And in addition to increasing reserves that are used in the country's production chain. So insurance is very important. I'm skipping the presentation because it is a lot more technical. It will be available for you. ESG is very important for insurance today. There are reinsurers who want to get into Brazil, but who look at this sustainability issue very carefully. So this is something that insurance will help. It is an important role of us of bringing the culture of insurance to farmers and large companies so they can disseminate this and have a protection mechanisms with a good benefit to cost ratio for everyone. So it's very important in this economic chain and in this market. For you to have an idea, the insurance market is 50% automobiles, and this trend is changing because the young people are changing the concept of ownership, and they prefer to use it using public transport or Uber or another form of transportation. Before, people, if you are my age, people my age, and maybe not you because you're still young, but people my age, everybody wanted to reach 18 and own a car. And now young people want to go out partying, and they want Uber and they want public transport. So the insurance has to follow this trend and help agribusiness in massification and culture to reach where we want to reach. So this is our function. This is our role. The issue of information is very important. The more reliable and more predictable things are. I know weather is something that is impossible to predict, but we may have historical data. We know that in the insurance market, maybe this is new, that you have 5 years, of which 3 are 2 are very good. So you have to need to have a medium and long-term action to build a sustainability relationship and attract these people to massify and bring things, to bring the business and to grow in insurance together with a planted area. And also go beyond the southeast. Look at the size of Brazil. Brazil is a continent-sized country, and there are many entrepreneurs outside the southeast who contribute to our wealth, to our development, to entrepreneurship in Brazil, which is huge. And this is what we have to encourage. And I think if insurance makes things predictable and safe, saying that things are protected, it will expand and it will make entrepreneurs feel safer, feel more confident to continue invest and bring wealth to the country. Thank you very much, Secretary and my fellow panelists. This is the idea that we are trying to transmit as Lacton here in Brazil, trying with the other colleagues and competitors, trying to break into this insurance world and create more opportunities for all.
Thank you very much, Jean Tarde. Thank you. And I have a question for you. When you talk about insurance in Brazil, especially land insurance, you face several problems. When you look at Midwest, you have a more stable weather. But if you analyze São Paulo state and the other states below, we have drought, we have heavy rains. So how you guys from insurance companies, how do you manage that? Because when you look at Midwest, you have a more steady harvest. If you grow, you are pretty sure that you're going to harvest and you're going to have a great harvest in the right window, right? So chances are that you're going to have a better production, better yields. How do you manage that? Secretary, I think that the good guys pay for the bad guys and vice versa. So the market now has a lot of has been paying a lot of premium prices because of the frosts, because of the weather conditions. And I hope that my colleagues here can develop tools so that we can manage with a more accuracy, so that we can work our prices much better than we do. But answering your question, unfortunately, the bad ones, they pay for the good ones and vice versa. Yeah, so this was my question actually. In theory, in the Midwest, they don't need insurance, right? And how does it work? Can you have a balance? Do you think that the guys in the Midwest, they will pay for the guys in the South? Actually, the more data we are able to collect, when I mentioned this paramedic insurance, it's a customized insurance. We have a geographic insurance, and as we change it, farmers, some farms are huge. They have more than 100 acres, and there is just one index, but we should have different indexes. Yeah, we even have some farms that are over 500 hectares big. So it's almost the size of a small country in Europe. Anyway, so you have micro-regions within a region, and every time we talk about technology, our colleague here mentioned the 5G, the importance of 5G, and the importance of connectivity. So this can also be applied to parametric insurance. It's a challenge that we have. You know, the good guys pay for the bad guys and vice versa. All right, so thank you very much. We don't need 5G, I think, huh? I think we have 700 megahertz with the 4G, right? Because we no longer work with the analogic system. It's not as expensive because it's already available in Brazil. It doesn't take much for this to work, actually. So we need public policies, suitable public policies, because 4G would work, let alone 5G, right? But anyway, so now I'd like to hand it over to our dear friend, Sisha. He is the founder of AGRIBUSINESS. Simsha?
Good afternoon. A pleasure to be with you here from the north of Israel, not far from the Sea of Galilee, where we've been doing some agriculture for the last few thousand years in a great way, but not good enough anymore for the amount of food that we need to grow. And thank you, Minister, for having me and for the conference and my fellow people on the panel. Amazing stuff was just mentioned here. And I want to talk about my journey. I spent many years in defense. And for some reason, governments in the world, they spent a lot on defense. And defense has gone great ways forward. And now it's time to take all of that to agriculture. So I'm trying to take the know-how that I've learned in defense and bring that to help the people that grow our food grow more food in a more sustainable way. Our farmers do a great job, and they've been revolutionizing and jumping forward time again and again. Every time the population has grown, they've supported that. Now they need our help through technology. And today we're in the midst of a tremendous revolution. driven by robotics and artificial intelligence, like nothing before. And this is our job to help every farmer and every hectare get the finest insights out of that amazing data that we're collecting, again, to support what they're doing. We're not replacing the farmers or the agronomists. It's about helping and supporting them and not throwing all this data at them. And you'll see we're collecting data like never before. Sorry. And it's about giving them those insights, and they will make the decisions according to those things. So today, the farmers, the agronomists, our processors are under tremendous pressure to grow more food because our population is growing, and we have new consumer preferences. And on the other side, we have greater challenges in climate, in water. We spoke about connectivity and other things and regulations. We want to use less chemicals, but we still want to grow more. And this is where data and big data can help our farmers. Today, we collect data like never before. I assume most of you know that we cover every inch of the earth every day in better and better resolutions. Things that a few years ago only defense of certain countries might have had, we can bring down to the mobile phone of every farmer and agronomist. We have new robotics. We have endless means of small commercial drones. You can order this on Amazon anywhere in the world, also in Brazil. I had the honor and pleasure to be in Sao Paulo last month, and we just ordered it on Amazon. We got it the next day. Farmers are getting the hang of using these kind of technologies. They're simple to use as long as they bring them value. And the smartphone. We talked a lot about connectivity already in this panel. The main common denominator to anyone that's in the room and anyone in the farm, and the majority of the 1 billion, not 1 billion, the 500 million farmers in the world, the most common denominator between them is the smartphone. So we need to bring the data, the insights, and enable those actions that they can take to their mobile apps. So all of this data is just tremendous noise for those people that need to make those decisions. Giving them a satellite image, drone reports, or data every day is not going to help them make decisions. This is where we use cloud computing and artificial intelligence. They're not smarter than the agronomists, but they can do it endless times. So if we can train an algorithm to understand, doesn't mean to understand, to detect a pest or disease in soy or in corn, it'll take us a long time to do that. But once we did that, we can see that cloud server millions of images of every plant in Brazil or in the world, and it will find that disease. It's not going to do it any better than a good agronomist, but it can do it endlessly. And that's the main power of these new technologies, the ability to be able to do endless data collection, but even more to be able to bring that insights like the best agronomist or the best farmer to the palm of their hands, to every farmer in every hectare in the world. When we talk about data, when we talk about looking at the fields like never before. So just from looking at these images from the drone that we can put together, we start to detect problems that the farmer walking in the field doesn't have the time and probably won't even see this when he's walking around. So we have problems in the drip irrigation. Here on the left, you can see a plot that wasn't getting any irrigation. The color changed just a bit. The farmer was in the field, didn't see that. He might see it in a week when it's all lost. But we were able to send them out here to see that the irrigation line was cut. These are simple things that can help them change those things. If we look at the plants coming up, smaller farmers, smaller fields, they'll go out and replant these places, okay? And if not, they'll at least start to get some sort of prediction of what they're going to get at the end of the season. So they might have thought that they planted a certain amount of plants and they're going to yield a certain amount of tons, but if they've lost some of that already at this stage. They already know that that's not what they're going to get. That was like a half a meter resolution from the satellite, centimeter resolution down at the drone, and we drive that drone all the way down to just above the canopy of the crop. You're looking at millimeter resolution, which is similar to eyesight. So an agronomist or a farmer walking in the field, he might see 100 plants, hundreds of leaves. A drone flying over just above the crop can capture millions of leaves. Drive that up into the cloud. As soon as we have the 5G in the field, let's see when that happens, then we can give them the answer right away. But if not, when he gets back to the farmer's house, he can upload that data to the cloud, and that cloud computing can go over millions of images and find these problems around the field and then generate it back to his mobile eye. At the end of the day, he needs to be able to walk out there and see the problem through his own eyes and see how severe it is. But the earlier that we can detect problems, irrigation, fertilizer, disease, and pests, the better decisions can be made. And those decisions are enabling our farmers to reduce inputs at the time and grow in a more sustainable way and grow actually more crop per hectare. When we look at the finest farmers in the best conditions in the world, they grow twice the amount of tons a hectare than the majority of the farmers in the world. If we could take the best practice of the best farmers, the best research, the best agronomists, and make that available to every farmer on every hectare, on every plant, that is where we will make the difference. That is where we will go from statistical looking at the field and putting out cocktails of chemicals over the entire field. If we look at data and make insights and intelligence almost at the plant level, we're enabling the companies that and technologies to now go to almost plant level treatment. For example, this is a project we just finished in Brazil with one of the largest tractor companies in the world. Instead of spraying the entire field, they asked us to create a heat map of where this pest is in corn. The only challenge here is this pest works at night. We don't see anything at night, but we were able to detect the damage the pest is doing here to the corn. You see here in the middle and on the sides here. And then we did a traffic light of 30 by 30 meters squares of the field. And then they went out and found a very high correlation and only sprayed the red boxes. Less than 50%, a reduction of more than 50% of the chemical going out on this field. And that is the kind of disruption we need to enable our farmers to have. Our farmers don't have the time to go look at every square. We need a tractor or a drone that can go out, for example, in this case, a drone that can go out and spray almost those smaller areas in the field. You can see here, the wind from the drone has turned over the leaf, and we get insight into the eggs of this beetle. And usually the pests are going to be under the leaf, not on the leaf. The wind from the drone flying so low from the crops is turning over those leaves, giving us visibility into what's happening under the leaves, similar only to a person walking around the field. But this robot, this drone, can fly around the entire field. And then the algorithm can look at all of those images. It's not going to do it better than a person. It's just going to do it endless compared to the person. And you see here the spreading of this beetle over a field of 50 hectares. It's not something a person is going to be able to monitor. Today, we spray the field 4 or 5 times a season, every time we see a beetle pretty much. Now, the farmer is skipping all this spraying, and now he's only spraying less than 20% of the field with a drone. Those are the kind of technologies that data and big data and artificial intelligence are enabling us to bring to farming anywhere in the world. Aggregating all of that data from the plant level, leaf level, field level, up to the entire farm or corporate or cooperative in a region can now bring monetization to that data. We talked about insurance. We talked about finance of agriculture. This will enable those banks and those insurance companies to be able to give a better service to those farmers and to be able to reduce the risks in giving financing and insurance to farmers. Aggregating all of that data together gives us also insights into a crop readiness. When are we going to pick the field? How much are we going to have? And this again goes to that farmer be able to maximize on the money he can get from a processor or a provider that wants to buy that crop and give him more money for what he can show that he is going to yield. All of that data that we're documenting of what's happened in the field can now help that farmer get the carbon credit for what he's done over the season. Every time we show that he reduced the inputs, he can get credit. Every time that he increased the yield per hectare, he can get credit. Every time he showed and we documented the cover crop for us, for our use, to see if there's problems there, he can now show and get some sort of carbon credit or insetting with the processor or the cooperative he's working and help him meet sustainability goals. We talked about digital. Digital divide is relevant also for our farmers, the people who grow our food. We have to be able to bring it to them in almost language agnostic. So obviously it's in all languages, but imagine the person in Brazil looking at it in Portuguese. He might be working with a seed grower in Switzerland or an agronomist specialist from Bayer in Germany. And they're each working in their language on the same data and generating the same report, but everyone sees it in his own language. So I've seen it time again and again in different countries. Language is still a basic thing that we need to bring to everyone. And farmers are no different in that. They want to have it in their language and they want to have it on their app because that's where they that's where we all get data and things that we make decisions on. Thank you so much for your time.
Muito obrigado, Cincha.
Thank you very much, Sinham. First, our deep respect for everything that Israel sends us and makes available to us in terms of technology. I am being pressed for time. There are people controlling our time, and I think it's necessary. So I would like to ask you a question that came from the audience. We are preparing people. Are we preparing young people to deal with these modern things? Who would like to answer? I think so. And maybe not at the speed we need it. But these days, I saw a piece of information that I was very interesting that said that the average age of Brazilian farmers has been declining year after year, and the average age of U.S. farmers has increased year after year. And this will bring two opportunities. The first opportunity is that the way we work or the way farmers work is going to change because there will be a new generation that will be a lot more open to topics like the ones we discussed here. But also, if we lose the timing and we don't train these young people, we may miss this opportunity. So here at Bayer, we are creating several initiatives to ensure that we will be able to talk to these new farmers in a different way from what we used to do in the past. And I'm sure that digital is a nice entry ticket to talk to this generation. So for us, it would be that. So now, first lady, Adriana, please, your final remarks. Well, we always learn so much in these exchanges. I think it's fundamental. I think I will repeat myself a little bit. Technology plays a very important role. It enables all these transformations here, but the intention always has to do with human potential. So it is a work that falls upon all of us, and I'm happy to be here participating in this dialogue in this very relevant industry for Brazil and the world, that is agribusiness. So I reiterate my commitment that technology offers a lot of possibilities, and digital is a one-way trip, and is a no-return trip. And I would like to say that this is a journey. Secretary, thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to say that entrepreneurial spirit of Brazilians is the best among everything, that with the levels of superation, of overcoming difficulties that we have. We do not owe anything to anybody. We are very proud. I am very proud to work in a multinational company and to have farmers all over Brazil, in this continent-sized country, seeing these farmers building what they are building the way they are building. As my colleague said, this is a journey, but it is a journey that leads us to success. So thank you very much. Abdallah, your final remarks, and then you come to me. They've already killed us in time. So to further echo what Adriana said, I would like to reiterate this idea of a journey. We had 4 presentations here. Each one touched a piece of the thing. So if you're seeing this for the first time, it may be scary how far this can come. But thinking of things as a journey, every journey starts with the first step. So it's an invitation for the first step. The journey is long. We cannot get scared with its length, but we will only reach the end of the journey if we take the first steps. And I think the digital is there so that we can take the first steps. So now I will mention what is available in the world. Please, quickly, the average age of an European farmer is 62 years. U.S. farmer, 58. Brazilian farmer, 45. And in our Mato Piba, Mato Grosso, Tocantins, Maranhão, Tocantins, Bahia, all this region, the average age is 34. So these young kids are flying, and the machines are becoming increasingly simple and more interactive and easier to operate. Just like a child can operate an iPhone with efficiency, the machines are going the same direction. I would like to make quick observations. Now we have precise plant tailing, georeferencing, production mapping by square meter, that we can have in the harvest map. We can make decisions to correct the soil, correct the seeds, if there is an ant hill, or and then we have a localized spraying. I've also a country that produces and preserves. And it talks a little bit about the state of São Paulo, the most Brazilian state of all, because here all the other states are represented and all the countries in the world are represented here. So I'll talk a little bit about our state. We have a goal to incorporate 1.5 million hectares into our legal reserves or permanent preservation areas. And in the last data we collected, we have we have exceeded 23% of legal reserves when the requirement is 20. And we also have another Brazilian savanna area, which increases the preservation area, but we have a superavit. We don't have a lot, but we have some Brazilian savanna. Thank you very much, Luis Otávio, Adriana, Bidala. It was a pleasure to have you here in this panel and sharing some experience. And I learned a lot from you because I have a lot more youth than all of you. And I'm very grateful for your presence, and thank you very much.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can everybody hear me? It is a pleasure to be here in this forum, this international forum. I would like to thank Datagro and Plinio for this wonderful event that is coming to an end, unfortunately, but that from what we have seen was very productive and was very interesting to participate in. We would like to participate again. Here we would like to express our willingness to come back, Plinio. In this panel, we will talk a little bit about the trade and globalization of Brazilian fruit and the byproducts. To talk about this issue, we brought Valesca de Oliveira, regional manager of the International Fresh Produce Association. We also brought Ibiapaba Neto, an executive director of Citrus BR, and Eduardo Brandão, executive director of Abrafrutas, an organization of which I am the president. By coincidence, just talking about fruit exports in Brazil is talking about sustainability. It's also talking about funds and jobs. We at agriculture, we are the poor cousin. We are the smallest part in terms of revenue. While Brazil, the agro exports 120 billion, we exported 1 billion. We reached 1. That's wonderful. It was difficult to reach where we are. We reached 1 billion and we are here proudly representing our sector. On the other hand, despite the numbers in dollars, although the numbers in dollars are not so attractive to make guests look at us with become impressed with us, we paid the bill for 16% of all the labor employed by agribusiness. So that is an area that is socially correct and socially responsible. And what is interesting about this, it's not slave labor. It is not untrained labor that pays half the minimum wage. It's qualified labor that is well paid and that is certified by international institutions. All exporters, without exception, you don't get one fruit outside Brazil if the company does not have at least 3 certifications now. It's very important for people to know this. The society must know this, that the fact that we are exporting our fruit is bringing not only funds but also income distribution and knowledge and technology that our customers demand from us. They demand that we develop ourselves to serve the European and US and English markets. And our greatest challenge is to increase this 1 billion. Our greatest challenge is to increase to 3 or 4 billion. To give you an idea, countries such as Chile and Peru, they export 3 times more than we do. And these are countries that have difficulties, that don't even have a land area to grow and diversify, farmland to grow and diversify. We here in our wonderful country, we have all the possible climates. We have winter fruit like apples and grapes and blueberries, and we have technology to produce this all. I personally talked to the president after the opening ceremony yesterday. When the president was here, we had half an hour of conversation with the representatives of the associations, and I had the opportunity to talk to him in person. President, what our sector needs is the opening of markets to open boundaries so we can show the world our potential. So it is with this introduction that I invite Valesca de Oliveira to talk about this market And today we are going to talk a little bit. Each one is going to say something, and we are going to exchange ideas about the topic. Thank you, Valdir. Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure. I thank you for the invitation to talk a little bit about this universe of fruit, this healthy universe. And I will talk a little bit. I will start by talking about consumption, and in which Brazil is inserted. Brazil is following all the trends and has been working hard, just as Valdir mentioned. So I am the representative of EFTA, International Fresh Products Association, to talk to you. It's a global association of fruit, flowers, vegetables, that works for the organized growth of the sector. We work with farmers and retail and all the chains of all the links of the chain. We work with packaging as well, all the things, because we believe that only this connection, this dialogue, and this interaction will allow us to reach excellent results. The green parts is where you can see members in the world. You see people from different continents in which we represent. We work with our members. This is our message. We want to create a more vibrant future. What is that? It's to increase the consumption of fruit, flower, vegetables, and vegetables. After introducing ourselves, I would like to tell you, so we can talk about the issue of who is this consumer? What is this consumer that Brazil is working for in exports and also in the domestic market? We can only have an export market if we take care of our own backyard, of our processes, and we have been doing this. All the companies that focus on exports and the companies that work in the domestic market, they are trying to bring technology, processes, and innovation. This slide here, I would like to share with you who this consumer is, so that consumers, not only in Brazil, we are in this data. It's Euromonitor data. You have the consumer profile. We're saying that more than 63%, almost 64% of the population will be urban in 2040. So we are saying that 48% of consumers want to invest in 48% want to invest in experience. And I bring this word experience because we are talking about food and flavor and healthiness. And including when we talk about exports, this is what we want to bring to the table of all our consumers. This consumer obviously will be more focused on the issues that we don't need to come back and talk about the pandemic. Obviously, there are situations that there have been changes. Our home-centric lifestyle, how the world has become more digital, how we are here, and the social and environmental aspects. All this and this plate on this spot, we have to look it from the from the perspective of fruticulture. So there are new consumers who are looking at this issue of the future of globalization, this issue of diversification and change of channels and logistics, the importance of knowing the origin and traceability and know the roots, the future of labor and education, how we will be able to feed these people, how this food is going to come and how it's going to come, or how conveniently it's going to come to the consumer's table, and the priorities. When you talk about experiences, which was a strong word for our consumer channel, we look at what is the future, what are the priorities, and the priorities for this consumer, the priority is health and well-being. This is what we are joking. We say, oh, this is good for us. We are talking about products and sectors that are at the center of what is relevant for consumers. Bringing a few topics that we are discussing in the industry in Brazil, and here pointing out This is a very important work that the fruiticulture is doing. But here we are talking about fruit specifically, but it also involves vegetables and fruit flowers. What are the topics that are being discussed by this industry here? Of course, food safety is the biggest topic, the importance of looking at the product and the inputs and technology and everything that is coming so that we can have processes, inputs and products focused on improving the flavor and the varieties to deliver a more suitable product for all demands. As Valdir said, nobody exports here if they don't have at least 3 certificates, and we see in companies specializing themselves and seeking these process improvements. International certifications. In addition to the national certifications, traceability is key for the management of the game. The importance of bringing traceability to the entire process, and we have seen farmers working in this process very concerned about this journey and this path from the field to the table, even because it brings results and brings financial results and improves the management of all companies. Technology, as you've mentioned, there is this process of empowering farmers and exporters because there is a lot of technology behind lime. Let me make this joke. There is a lot of technology behind each fruit we consume in Brazil and worldwide. Eduardo is going to talk about this path of the fruit, and I'm not going to go into this process. And sustainability, of course, farmers are responsible, fruit exporters are responsible, and they are fully focused on this issue of ESG. So sustainability is a focused topic in Brazil and worldwide. This has been discussed for the entire industry of fruit, flowers, and vegetables, health, food, and nutrition. We want to know where the food comes from, how it comes from, what I eat, and how I eat. We talk about personalized nutrition. This is something that has been discussed worldwide and that companies here are attentive to, and more responsible consumer, more prudent consumers. We are talking about, we're looking at consumers in terms of inflation and social challenges. We are looking worldwide at consumers who are selecting what they're putting on their plates. Health, as I mentioned, we are talking about a sector that can appropriate, we offer health. We offer health on a global scale. And when we talk about health, what we offer, how do we take these messages to consumers here in Brazil or abroad, talking about moments of consumption, bringing opportunities to learn more about the products with recipes, interaction, and information to show that this product, this food is essential. We have here we say that fruit, flowers, and vegetables are essential. It is a message to have this product as a priority. This is a call for the entire industry to put this product at the center. Education, qualification, and inclusion is all that. It's a specialized chain, and you need to be very professional. You need to invest increasingly more in talents, and it takes time to train a professional. And this is something that has been discussed by the fruit industry in Brazil. And finally, I will not take too long, but I would like to talk about this idea of consumption. What do consumers look for? It's to rethink logistics, rethink origin and the path of the fruit, because there is this demand for more experience and better experience and new businesses and new flavors. This is something that we have been mentioning. It's important for companies, producers, exporters, or retailers. All these companies, they have to understand the drivers that make consumers move and how this can change the game so we can not only export 1 billion, but but soon 2 billion or even more. What we are working on is that in order for this fruit be not only food or merchandise, but as an essential food for all generations, current generations and future generations. So we are very proud to work in a chain that talks about health and that generates business and social inclusion. Thank you very much. I am available for questions. I would like to open to talk about consumption and then turn the floor to the moderator and then my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Valeska. What an insightful presentation. Very good remarks that you made. Very broad presentation. I'd like to remind you that we have a vast potential to grow because it's a big market. And besides that, people will definitely be moving to the big cities, so they won't be able to grow their own fruits and vegetables. Even in the rural areas, you already see this problem. So it's an increasing trend. People are trying to look for healthy choices. Maybe the pulp or something more natural. So I think as consumers get educated, they get more worried about health issues. The World Health Organization recommends at least 3 fruit a day. And countries that consume that amount of fruit are Spain, England, and France. So Brazil is still lagging behind. And we have to increase our fruit consumption. We have hard work ahead of us. But consumers are increasing their awareness. They know that the more fruit they eat, the healthier they will be. And longevity is also another point. People have been aging better. And when you age better, you have better health. So fantastic. What a fantastic presentation. It's great to understand the market. What we sell happiness. We sell health, good health. And we can do much more. There is a lot of room to grow here. Thank you, Valdir. Congratulations, Valeska, on your presentation. It was very insightful. I've learned so much with your presentation. I hope I can learn much more. I'm Baba Neto. I'm the executive director. And I'm going to be showing you my presentation here. I'd like to talk to you about certain things that Vanessa has already mentioned here, which is consumer choices. It was such a challenging invitation because I had to think of innovation, globalization. So our sector is globalized. We started exporting orange juice back in the 60s, around 1964. So we've gone a long way. I was just a little boy, or maybe too old, I don't know, in my past life, but this is a sector that has made a lot of progress in the last decades. And we represent 3 main exporters in Brazil, orange juice exporters. So companies that have been in the market and have been exporting for many years. And they are market leaders. They are big players in the market. Every 10 glasses that are consumed all over the world, 7 are produced in Brazil, basically in São Paulo state, in the countryside of São Paulo state. So this sector represents 84% of the worldwide population, worldwide production, 61% of the orange juice produced, of the world's orange juice production is produced in Brazil. And then we have, most importantly, we create more than 200,000 jobs in our industry. So we need labor work, specialized labor, not any kind of labor, but we need to have people on our payroll, and they need to be legally hired. So I think it's important for the population to have access to these jobs because they also can get the fringe benefits. Anyway, we are located around 3,700 municipalities, and we are 2,400 miles away from the Amazon. Don't get me wrong, I'm not criticizing producers in the Amazon, not at all, but I think there are many Brazils inside Brazil, inside one country. And this is what I'm trying to illustrate. There is the Brazil in Amazon, there is the Brazil in the Northeast, in the South. So we have different levels of conformities due to certificates and strong presence in the international market, and even learning curves, right? Some learning curves are different from others. So this is why I like to show this slide. I've seen a lot of mixed up in the international market because problems that arise in the Amazon have been generalized, and then we are the ones, everyone is blamed for that. And it shouldn't be that way, right? I mean, these people, they need to survive. They rely on the local economy and the local agribusiness. And anyway, so orange juice production needs a lot of labor work. We've hired 44,000. We generated 44,000 jobs, which means 5.6% of the jobs were generated by agriculture in Brazil. And last year, we harvested 1 billion oranges. It was a small harvest. 100 billion fruit. 100 billion fruit, by the way. So it was a small harvest. Imagine they were all hand-picked by human beings. I mean, it was not automated. We still need to invest in automation. We don't have automated harvests. So every single orange is picked one by one, and there is a social impact in the cities where these factories are. So in regards to the market, 65% of the juice we produce goes to Europe, and the European standards are very strict when it comes to imports. So people say that it's sheer luck, but it's not sheer luck. Brazil had to face a lot of regulations and a lot of strict standards in order to export. So 63% is exported to Europe. Is a great responsibility. We need to meet European standards, American standards, Chinese standards, and so on. This next slide is very interesting because just to give you a little bit of context, including innovation and what we used to do in the past and what we are doing now, the blue line shows the concentrated orange juice, which started a new niche in the market, in the orange juice production. So we started with 1 million tons to 400 tons. See, there was a significant drop. And The concentrated orange juice is 66% of solid juice, and 12 bricks is equivalent to 12 bricks. And in 2001 and 2002, we had 500,000 tons. See the curve. The curve has been increasing. Why does it happen? Because of the choices, because of consumer choices. The juice that is not concentrated tastes much more similar to natural juice, to the juice that is freshly squeezed. And that's why consumption dropped. And Valeska even mentioned here that we must consume more fruit. There is a need to consume more fruit according to the World Health Organization. So we need to meet the consumer demand, and we need to respect consumers' taste, right? So it's very important to have both available in the market, right? The fresh orange juice and the concentrated juice. So we see a very bright future for this sector. And why is that? I think the future can be much better than what we have now. Our product is a good choice for everyone's health. If you have this habit of drinking natural and freshly squeezed juice, you are already on the right track to a healthy life. There are already studies that show that you are on the track of a healthy life. To be more specific, when we look at the pandemic, it increases your immune system defense. So your immune system gets stronger because it's strengthened by vitamin C. And vitamin C has been vastly studied. So I think there are a list of things and benefits connected to the consumption of orange juice. It's a good choice for the economy because every time a foreigner has a glass of orange juice, behind that glass of orange juice, there are thousands of jobs. This foreigner has no idea of the multiplying factor that orange juice has. So anyway, it's like a domino effect, right? Especially in Brazil. So finally, it's a good choice for the planet. And why do I say that? Because we have environmental preservation in Brazil. And our company, I must mention one of the most important inventions of our industry. I think we offer a small contribution, just a few cents. And along with Embrapa, we develop several lines of research, and it's to forecast. One of them is to forecast harvest and harvest yields, and then we work with satellites. We scan all the crops, and then by scanning and mapping all the crops, we try to understand the variety. We try to understand the plant species, and we also the pesticides that must be used. We also do a land study, a preserved land study, and we came to a conclusion that in this area where we grow oranges, we have more than 180,000 acres of preserved land. So this means that we have 2.50 acres planted with trees. So this is a contribution for for society, for the planet, and this is a contribution we have. Imagine if we didn't have vegetable gardens, if we didn't have vegetable gardens, if we didn't respect the Brazilian legislation, we wouldn't have forest reservations. So orange juice is a good choice for the planet. We've been talking about orange juice as being a good choice, and this has been a slogan that in our industry, because we want to be in touch with our customers and consumers, and we want them to be familiar and to have access to all the information that we can provide them. They don't know that orange juice is good for their health. They don't know that it's good for the economy, for the planet. It's important that they increase their awareness. I think there is a lot of misinformation, and everything is somehow misled. People are misled. The information is twisted. And so because the information has been twisted, people are not aware of what is right or wrong, what is good or bad. We have a lot of good things to offer our consumers. We also carried out a research with our consumers, and in this research, we heard 3,240,000 respondents, and they would mention orange juice every day. So we wanted to understand what they talked about. They talked about orange juice, so we want to know what they talked about. So I call it the good polarization, right? And too bad, we beat orange juice. So orange juice, apple juice used to be a leader. Now orange juice is a top of mind product. We have a close relationship with consumers, which is great. It's really cool. And what we realized that in this network, we were aligned with the slogan, right? They already agreed with the fact that drinking orange juice was a good choice, but they were not aware of the environmental, social benefits. So we played that in our side. We had that on our side. We of course implemented that in retail. We know that there are certificates. We need to be in compliance with certificates in order to have your product on the supermarket shelves. Not only in regards to food safety, but generally speaking, right? Consumers need to be sure that they're eating or drinking something that is not going to be harmful to their health. And above all, they will have some kind of benefit, and they will benefit the country that produced that product. So you may have all this information available on LinkedIn, which is a B2B platform. And in our network, we were able to have the cream of the crop in Europe, directors, CEOs, account managers, and they are all consuming our product. So this is a project with Apex Brazil. Recently, we carried out a research, and we wanted to ask them what they knew about our products. We know that there are regulatory aspects which will be very challenging in the future, but we wanted to know how much they knew about our sector. And to our surprise, we realized that these big companies, they've been hiring consulting firms, and these consulting firms have been providing reports, but these reports are very misleading. They do risk management. They see all parts of Brazil, all regions in Brazil as problematic as the Amazon, as the rainforest. But according to these consulting firms, there's not much difference between the orange juice produced in São Paulo and Minas and the orange juice produced in Pará or in next to the tropical forest. Of course, they must follow the compliance rules and regulations. On this slide, I can show you here interesting facts, and it's the impact of all this information that we provided to some retail stores. So now we can provide this information in a more accurate way to consumers. So all the main players in retail in Europe as well, they had access to this information. Tatiana Campos is leading this project, and we are going to bring all this information about agribusiness, about the orange juice supply chain. Why? Because our aim is to show them that they can keep on buying our product, because it's not only a product that respects all the compliance, is in compliance and respects all the regulations, but it is also a product that is healthy and respects other countries' regulations. So not only here in Brazil, but also overseas, orange juice will always be a good choice. And I think it's my obligation to tell you my history, our history. We have to deal with the incompetence of consulting firms because they're not incapable of facing reality, of being real. We got very annoyed with these companies, with these consulting firms. So thank you very much. I'd like to wrap it up now, and I'm going to hand it over to Edu.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ibiapaba. You really brought in very important information that, in fact, as I mentioned in another panel, we disclose our information very poorly. We do things right. We are sustainable. We are far from the problems of the Amazon. And the Amazon problems are already exaggerated. By the way, they are exaggerated. Nothing against pulling the ear of these companies that say that they don't come here to learn exactly what's happening here. There is a very strong political bias in this information, and our job is to do what you have done. The difference between the industry is that you are agriculture, but you are industry, and with this small rate created something fantastic, which I know in person. I've used the services inclusively, and it is a pity that the sectors could have their own Embrapa, which would be fantastic. But it's your information was very important, and what our takeaway is that we should do the same with all the fruit. The work of Abrafrutas to disseminate. This is our job. But it is still small compared to the universe of misinformation that we see in the whole of Brazil. And please have no doubt that you are on the right path. Eduardo, let's go. Well, thank you, my friend. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, it's a pleasure to be with you at GAFI as one of the promoters of this event. We are very proud to be part of this family, right, President? And I would like to congratulate all the organizers. This is a success. I'm feeling very comfortable here. I'm with good friends and people who work in fruticulture, and my friend Valesca, and the president of Abrafrutas, and my friend Ibiapaba. I will talk about the global fruticulture so we can have an idea of where we are and how we are working as Brazil's fruiticulture industry. First, I would like to show what is the size of the global fruit market. Information points towards $150 billion in 2021 and growth of 5.2% per year since 2010. It's a fast-growing market, and as the people who came before me mentioned, there is an interesting gap now during the pandemic because we saw. Now we were sure that consumption of fruit and its byproducts are connected to healthiness and the improved health of human beings. This is very important, and we noticed this. Many people sought fruit as a way to enhance their immune system and fight COVID. So these are important data that we need to understand. Brazil's production is stabilized, 44.3 million metric tons of fruit last year, but per year, sorry. But Brazil is still the 24th exporter, although it is the third largest fruit producer in the world, just third only to China in first place and India in second place, and the fourth place is the US. So we generated 36 billion reais in gross production value, but we have less than 1%, 0.63% of the global fruit market, Brazilian fruiticulture. Now, talking a little bit about consumption, as my colleagues mentioned, it's important to say that Brazil is only the 24th exporter because domestic consumption is very strong. 97.5% of the fruit we produce to stay in the domestic market with high consumption. It's not high, but still low, but around sufficient for us, 67 kilos per capita per year. But the recommended amount by the World Health Organization is 146 kilos. Our challenge is to show that fruit consumption is important, not only for Brazilian and global consumers, but for the government, that we need help in this sense. The more fruit and vegetables Brazilians eat, the lower the rate of non-transmissible diseases will be. So the government will have lower health costs. This is an argument we have been using to address the government so they can help us promote the consumption of fruit and vegetables. The trade balance is very interesting. From 2014 to 2015, we had a revolution in the trade balance, which was equal, even negative, and we started growing exponentially. And now we are negative in a very impressive way. And without you, as the creator of one of the founders of Abrafrutas, you realize that we were founded in 2014. This shows to us that the industry organization was responsible for all this. When the sector decided to come together and organize itself, things changed, and they have been changed until now. We have more than 90 members who are responsible for more than 80% of all fresh fruit exported by Brazil. And this makes us very proud. This industry association is a key factor for the change in the stance of the Brazilian fruit culture. Valesca mentioned that we have a strategy in the for the international market. Until now, we depended a lot on Europe, as you can see on the next slide. But the strategy for the sector now is try to increase the volumes to the open markets and the international markets, and try to open new markets and try to stop depending on Europe, where more than 60% of our fruit is exported. If you compare we need to remove these eggs from the same basket. So we have been searching for new markets, and with the support of the government, open new markets and open new fruit in the markets. For example, avocado in Argentina, lemon in Chile, melon and grape in China, and South Korea with mango and grapes. We have been growing a lot, and the strategy, we have short, medium, and long-term strategies, and which have been successful, and we are having a positive response, especially in terms of increased exports. With more shipments, we reached the first $1 billion, which for many agribusiness sectors it's a small figure, but for us it's a target that we worked very hard to achieve. We are now moving towards 2 billion, and here these are the main destinations of our exports. Here it's in Portuguese, they haven't changed, but if you have there Europe, United Kingdom, and the United States, we have 85% of our destinations, which makes us dependent on Europe, and we have to try to change this, and this is what we have been trying to do in our industry strategy. Talking a little bit about the main products that are exported in millions of dollars. Here we have mango, melon, grape leading this ranking, but fruit that whose exports were low have increased, like avocado, which has increased a lot and has been very important in the search for healthiness and the understanding of growers and consumers, and the understanding of consumers that consuming fruit is important for their health. We reached our first billion. We exported $1.06 billion, and for us this was a success, and we hope to repeat this in the coming years if climate allows. The trends and values of consumers. We are talking about international and also domestic markets. There are some things that Valesca mentioned that we have to discuss, and we tried to work on this market. First, food safety. There's nothing more important than this, to show that fruit is a safe food and that consumers can consume it, because within the farms we have worked non-stop so that this fruit arrives to consumers with the best possible quality. This has to be shown in Brazil and in the world in order to increase consumption. This idea of fruit being healthy and bringing well-being, the pandemic helped us with that. I wrote an article a few years ago when we talked about when I started an article on fruit that said, the sentence said, cast the first stone if you started the diet and you didn't think, I will eat more fruit and vegetables. When you start a diet, the first thing you think is, I will have to eat more fruit and vegetables. So the concept of healthiness is embedded in global and Brazilian consumers, more in global than in Brazilian consumers, but we have been seeking this. And we are exporting, and we have to work with sustainability. There are many fallacies when we make our presentations outside Brazil. In Europe and Asia, we always put the map of Brazil, and we put a green part saying this is the Amazon and showing where we are producing. I'm not saying we have lemon and we have acai, which is extractivism. But people think the entire fruit production, that the mango that they eat, that the grape they eat, and the lemon that they eat comes from the legal Amazon. And we have to change this idea, but we fight in the other way, and the biased media fights in the other way and to try to hurt us. And if you offer healthy, tasty fruit and at a fair price, so that consumers and consumers can access this and growers can make money, because nobody works just to feel good. We work for people to feel good and have nice fruit, but we need to live, and farmers need to make money. And this is something that has to be clear for everyone. Let's go. Another important thing, based on everything we said, what is the strategy? A communication strategy of the sector. It is a critical success factor. We have been doing working on mostly with social media with young people. We launched an editorial project, a 360 platform focused on consumers, a B2C platform. We have been working a lot with distributors, B2B distributors, but we decided to do this to show all this that I'm talking to you about. The platform is working. Frutasdobrasil.org. It has extraordinary views, both in Brazil and abroad. Even if it is a platform focused on European and Asian consumers mostly, it has recipes and hints, tips, and things are working very well, following what our rich cousin Citrus Berry has been doing with their strategy. So this is something that has been helping us a lot to conquer consumers and young people. We see young people on social media have been touching on the subject, but they don't think about this very much. So we are trying to make this information get to young people so that we can increase consumption and show Brazilian fruit, fresh and processed, that it is tasty and that the young people should consume it to feel satisfied and to have the healthiness that they seek. Moving on, we have a process that we have noticed in our work, this issue of distribution in the market. We have been doing a lot, working a lot when we have noticed an exponential increase. Valeska, you know this, of e-commerce for fruit, which was very low, and now it's very easy to do. We were recently in China working with Alibaba, and they told us that the trend is this and that we should try to do it. But in China specifically, we cannot play with the guys because they're very brute. They just to tell you a story. They called us to do a work with acai berry on the Singles Day, and he said if we got processed acai berry ready to eat, and that we put it during that day, it would focus on selling acai berry in the Shanghai region, delivering acai berry to the person's house within 30 minutes. And I talked to my export manager, said you have to do something, and he called our members and he said we can do this. I don't remember the numbers, but it was around 120 tons of acai berry in a cold chamber in Shanghai in so many days. 2 days before the Singles Day, and I came back to the guy and said, well, I have 127 metric tons of ready-to-eat acai berry. And he said, no, Eduardo, that's very good. The Chinese lady said, Eduardo, this is very good, but now can you tell me what I'm going to sell in the other 23 hours? Because I'm going to sell this in the first hour. So you cannot play with the Chinese. This distribution of e-commerce is very strong for them, and we have a solid work. And I can tell all the growers here that we have been working on promoting Brazilian fruit, participation in fairs and work in the global market. And nowadays I can tell you that Brazil and the Brazilian fruit production is recognized and is seen as quality fruit. Our brand, Fruit of Brazil, gifted by the sun, has been shown since 2014, and now when people see this bird with the sun, they connect this to healthiness and flavor and tropical weather, and this has made us reach the first 1 billion, and let's go to the 2 billion and 3 billion, and maybe someday get closer to Chile and Peru. This is more or less what I had to tell you. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm here available to answer questions. Thank you very much, Eduardo. That was very good. Fantastic information. We are used in the sector to these numbers, but listening and seeing, we think, oh, but is this right? Is that all? We have a lot of work to do. in the global market, we are very, very, very small. In the domestic market, we are still small. If you think of 2.5% of the fruit that is produced here. So the work is very big and the world is available to us and they want our fruit, our juice and our products. It is incumbent upon us to do our homework, to continue doing our homework and serving these markets. I have a question for Ibiapaba. You are in the juice world, you are the rich cousin because I think juice exports more than 1 billion. And yes, it exports 2 billion and the byproducts. So he's definitely the rich cousin. You didn't need to ask this, but I wanted to ask a question because this is a relaxed conversation. You mentioned 200,000 jobs with this revenue of 2 billion. We pay a salary of 5 million people. It is impressive. And for us, for each hectare, we employ 2 people. We are talking about 2.5 billion people, 2.5 million hectares, 5 million jobs. So with half of the revenue from juice, so we have to work together. So you have to help us with research. I talked to Juliano a lot at Conde Citrus, and he said, "Oh, lemon has to associate, but well, they help us a lot." And he is here represented by Vinicius Trobin and Marcelo Scapin, two researchers of Citrus. Fantastic. They are problem solvers. But this strategy you would tell us, share with us, with looking at the experience of the industry for our reality of fresh fruit, to show what you have done with your players. What is the reality? What is this a strategy that you would recommend that fruit could do? First, I think you're doing a very good job because we are talking about $2 billion dollars in exports in 50 years, and you started exporting the day before yesterday, and you have 1 billion. So the work you have been doing is amazing. So I think the first point that I would like to mention is that, okay, our sectors, compared to other agribusiness sectors, they may be smaller. But we are the showroom of Brazilian agribusiness. We are the window, the store window. If you get off Guarulhos in 2.5 hours away driving, you see oranges. So we have this vocation to be the showcase of Brazilian agribusiness. Small, okay, but nice. I think nowadays there is no right strategy and there is no wrong strategy. There is a strategy in which you study, that you develop, that you agree on in the industry, and you move forward. And all strategies need adjustments. I think it's part of the learning curve. So in your case, as you mentioned, your curve is very impressive. I remember the other day I was talking to Eduardo the day before yesterday, and I said, "Oh, we are going to work on the Apex project." And I went there and came back, and now you are exporting 1 billion. So your work deserves a lot of praise. And I hope people will consume more fruit and more juice. There is space for everyone. Yes, definitely there is. Valesca, in your opinion, as a person who works in an international agency, there are no borders for you. The world for you, for your agency, you are inside all the markets. What is the tip that you would give as an institute that you represent? What is the homework that we must do?
Well, Valdir, I think that as far as I'm concerned, we are global, and the key word here is to be aligned with the supply chain. We must work together. We must get together. It's incredible to have people from different associations together, and we talked about a brilliant future, a vibrant future. I see some practical differences, but we've already started this journey, and we started a dialogue with this supply chain. And when I talk to people in the United States and China, China is quite interested in what is happening in Brazil. They want to know the main players in the market. They were interested in melons and Brazilian melons. So it's important to understand the problems of farmers, of retailers. So we need to start these discussions and these debates. And I agree with you in regards to communication. We need to communicate better with consumers because consumers are skeptical. When we talk to consumers, we can notice that they are skeptical. So we need to have a better storytelling, and our homework is not only get together, but we need to understand that we are not competitors. Non-processed fruit is not competing with juice, with the juice industry. We are good at what we do, and we can have fun even when Brazil loses to Germany, 7-1. So we are happy people, and we're known for being happy people around the world. So did you take notes, Eduardo? Let's get things done, Eduardo. Yes, I wrote everything down. So that's about it. We need to have synergy. We need to exchange information. I think this is all very helpful. We are in the same country. We want progress. We want to bring a healthy lifestyle to our children, our grandchildren. And the more information that we convey and the more aligned we are, the better it is. So this is the right path. If you allow me to say something, Valesca, in regards to communication, we've been trying to do this from a sectorial standpoint, and the FDA, citrus, and other institutions. The idea is that they say that the idea is to create a storytelling for processed juice, but also for naturally squeezed juice. FDA will give their opinion, of course, but we need to start working on a better storytelling. And what is our competitive advantage? We are leaders, market leaders, and our fruit is very tasty. Our producers are well trained and very experienced. Brazil is a continental sized country. We have vast production. So another problem is food waste. We need to lower food waste in the production chain. So I just wanted to say that from my viewpoint, I think it's a challenge. We need to unite everyone in the supply chain so that we can write a wonderful history for Brazilian fruit in the world, so that the world can be healthier, not only in Brazil, but in other countries as well. Beautiful words. Would you have anything else to say? I don't think I have anything else to say. Eduardo said it all. Oh, he's going to lend us some money, isn't he? Yeah. Well, information makes us happy, right? Thank you, guys. Thank you very much for sticking with us. Thank you, Hambre Papa, Eduardo, Valesca. It's been a great pleasure to exchange all this information with us. And I think we all win, right? It's a win-win situation. Thank you, guys. Have a great afternoon. Thank you.
cooking value chain. And finally, we can mention the growth of foreign trade in food inputs, final products.
Pedimos a todos, então, no encerramento do painel Inovação, na Arena Inovação, que se mantenham, por favor,
So we would like
aqui em
to
cima,
ask
aqui
each
conosco na plenária, para nós darmos
remain
sequência
here so that
logo
we
mais ao
can
encerramento, ok?
continue
Então, vocês que estavam aqui
the
na
closing
plataforma, na área...
ceremony. For the ones who have been here with us, please take your seats. We will have the closing ceremony. Thank you very much.
Are high to affecting of the systems. Food imports are estimated to reach 110 billion in 2025. So for the team of this panel, it's very important to highlight the impact of the increase of the urban population, the impact that they have on the diets. The demand for more elaborate, fresh products, green vegetables, meats, are gaining space against the traditional products. But this change also occurs in the diet of rural populations. 25 years ago, farmers produced what they eat and ate what they produce with a little commercial activity. But the estimation to date indicated that the rural population are buying and commercializing between the 45 and 75% of their food. So in order to feed cities, capitals, secondary cities, supply chains must extend increasingly into rural areas, between areas, eventually going to other countries in the continent. Longer supply chains are one of the drivers to rise the mainstream segment participation, including traders and logistics. Longer supply chains are creating opportunities for small and medium enterprise. So what we can see now is that this change in the preference, perhaps it's growing in the middle class, this rapid urbanization and the consolidation of the technical innovation are changing all the food industry in the continent. These new habits have induced to a structural transformation along all the value chain. So we can better describe this process of transformation with identify these changes with the revolutions. So we have the emergence of the supermarket revolution at the retail level, the silence revolution that we call the middleman and all the logistic inside moving production to the process and to the market, and also a new food service revolution that responding to the emerging preference of the city to have new habits of consumption. The evolution of the value chain, how observed initially, this evolution can be, we saw this revolution in Europe, in US, then Latin America.
Vocês que estavam acompanhando o painel aqui na Arena Sustentabilidade.
Cadê?
Não, ele está falando do painel sustentabilidade.
Africa, now we estimate that 80% of the Africa food is channeled to consumers through the small medium enterprise and large companies. Activity, they are participated in the intermediate segments, including fraud processing, wholesale and distribution, logistics, and also the retail. The intermediate and the final segments of the value chain are attaining the 60% of the value. Africa currently has almost all the segments that they are operating at the transitional stage. And in many cases, the domestic food value chains are losing markets against the imports, highlighting the need that we need to catch up, the productivity and the existing innovation to allow the farmers and the small, medium enterprise in agribusiness to capture and profit this new African demand. So the bank, we have an approach that we call a special agro-industrial processing zones. That is a kind of response that our bank is designing with the partners, to including IFA that is working in Nigeria and other countries with us in this new initiative. The idea is that to create the possibilities to the private sector to bring in infrastructure, power, roads, water, sanitation to the areas of where we have land with very capacity to produce. So we are trying to create optimal conditions to be able to add value to the new material that producing in Africa. We're trying to create the condition of profitability to be able to process the raw materials, the African raw materials in processing products. But then I would like to come back a little bit to one of the topics that we are proposing to this panel, and this is important to understand that keeping safe and adequate food supply chains also is related to increase the agricultural productivity of farmers and improve the standard of living of farming communities, because they can capture these new markets. This aspect of competitivity is key to connecting the opportunities with higher quality of agricultural products, reduce the cost of transport and sales, and also the food and agribusiness company, that we need to meet these standards that the imported products are also introducing to the food system. To this point, there are three important aspects. That there's a change of the diets that promoting these new products, that they are animal origin, fresh fruits, vegetables, that from the point of view, from health and perspective, are the riskiest. Even today, most of the products continue to be traded in the traditional food markets, where both perishable and dry products, live slaughter animals, are sold all together. So the safety condition, cleanness, the cold, but the value chain cold also is not the best and the optimal. From the public policy point of view, we know that improvement in urban food security will require investment in internal market infrastructure and greater knowledge of shared responsibility for providing safe food between regulators, value chain actors, and farmers. So finally, I would like to mention that that perhaps there's a connection between what happened in Brazil in the past and where we are living today in Africa with this food system in transition. I will try to trade this parallel because there's a similarity between the process of urbanization, infrastructure, and wholesale markets. So, for example, that Brazilian government developed in the 70s to address this problem is a very interesting way. So what we mentioned, I think in Portuguese is SEASA, but the National Supply System Program includes to develop 21 supply centers. This systematic approach, this program became a powerful network of wholesale markets in urban areas, farmer markets in the rural areas, and more than 100 marketing points and retail markets. Another interesting point of this program is that the network also works as an integrate intelligent hubs, generating value market information. So from this network was possible to estimate the urban demand for each product, given the opportunity to the small farmers in the rural areas to adjust their production plans, reducing costs and optimizing procedures. With improved logistics, transparent market pricing mechanisms, and standardized supply procedures, Brazil fresh fruits and vegetable markets, increasing the farmer incomes. So because family and small farmers are key players in the production of these high-value products, this network provides the government with innovative framework to introduce policy to continue to improve the food system, introducing innovation in food production. In addition, this network enables better traceability, providing incentives to incorporate new standards, modern packaging options, food production procedures, improving the quality of food production system. So to finish this, my small and short presentation is that I wanted to highlight the importance to share the social cooperation and social experience between the recent past of Brazil and the present of Africa context. So with this, conclude my presentation, and thank you very much to all.
Obrigado, Fernando, a sua participação.
Thank you very much, Fernando. Your presentation was very important in terms of income that family farming represents a lot. There's a lot to be done still. And even in Brazil, we see that. Thank you very much, Fernando. And like to mention, I'd like to thank Romana and the other panelists. Today, some 90% of the Brazilian produce, when we talk about food safety and food stability and sustainability, of course, we must include family farming. It is very important. So I appreciate all of you for being here today, sharing your knowledge. Thank you very much.
Já foi, né? Tá, que aí eu vou chamar o doutor Plínio pra falar. Tá bom, tá bom. Pergunta só nesse microfone ou no outro. Muito bem, muito bem. Muito obrigada a todos. Estamos, então, encerrando na nossa arena os 4 painéis. Parabéns a todos os painelistas, a todos os moderadores que compartilharam conosco, né? Compartilharam tanto conteúdo. E, por favor, Dr. Plínio Nastari, presidente da Datrago, para suas palavras finais. Por favor, o áudio do Dr. Plínio. Microfone. Som. Aqui, Dr. Plínio. Obrigada. É isso.
Alô. Olha, eu gostaria de fazer algumas considerações de encerramento. É uma responsabilidade muito grande de fazer essas conclusões finais. Esperar mais um minuto. Mas, em nome das entidades todas realizadoras do GAF, que são a ABCZ, a BPA, a Abra Milho, a Abra Frutas, o Fórum Nacional Sucroenergético, a Datagro, a Maisal, que congrega a Abra Milho, a National Corn Growers Association, a Sociedade Rural Brasileira,
Brazilian Rural Society, UNAME, the National Union of the Corn Channel. I want to tell you about the satisfaction of doing this 5th edition, 10th year of this forum. This is an event that counted with the presence of the highest authorities of our country. They have been here in the opening in the first day. We had the president of our president, highest position, ministers of secretary, presidency,
Minister of Economy, Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Environment, Minister of Communications, Minister of Women. We've had the presence of the highest authorities in São Paulo. We've had here representatives representing the governor, Secretary of International Relationships, Mansotti, the Secretary of Agriculture and Supplying, Francisco Maturro, representatives and authorities of many, many countries present here, ambassadors. We had the presence of representatives of the highest level, Director of Agriculture of the Commerce Chamber, the President of the BRICS, Marcos Trujillo, the presidents of many, many sectors in many industrial sectors of Brazil and other countries, entrepreneurs, researchers, the academy, everybody discussing this great theme of GAF this year, which is food safety, sustainability, and climate change. The world is facing transformations, great transformations due to conflicts, war in Ukraine, change in geography, logistics that is transporting food and energy in the world. The world is moving towards Asia. That reflects in commerce flows. And we see an incredible need for innovation, technology development, and transferring these technologies from many countries in a fast way. That must be done, in particular by Brazil, with tropical.
The region of tropics and the temperate region, subtropical, which applies to a series of other geographies. And we see this search for knowledge and opportunities as a reflex of exactly the increase of food consumption which the world is facing with the growth of the middle class and the development of income, especially in the emerging countries. The challenge to produce more food is being fulfilled. Agriculture is being capable of producing not only food but energy sustainably. Energy for mobility and heating. And this provides a lot of hope as those discussions and threats that we would find boundaries for the development of agriculture. They have been falling flat due to technological development that has been observed. However, it is very clear the notion that we're not dealing only with challenges related to volume of supply, production, and supplies, but valuing this product. And it is very clear then the notion of the dominance and the word that has been discussed greatly throughout, the control of narrative and the normative and its control. So we must recover, take back control of the narrative to get the information to arrive correctly to the opinion makers and decision makers, the press and consumers. And the normative which is established by these decision makers, the parliaments, and those who are formulating regulations and on different levels. May they be regulations that do not embed distortions but are based on science and fair rules. And this may be the biggest challenge we are extracting from these past discussions, the challenge to create normatives that will value that which is being done correctly without distortions and are camouflaging restrictions and access to markets or restrictions that have as goal different targets from fair competition and market, which are factors that propel the continuity for innovation. So I wish to thank all the companies that supported the fulfillment of this event that allowed for us to be able to accomplish it. All the governments from other countries that supported us. This is the only global event that counts with the support not only the Brazilian government, but the governments of over 30 countries, including the official support by the USDA and the European Commission, all organizations for international commodities, FAO, the support of the United Nations. This is the only event that does that. And GAF is consolidating itself even further as a great global event for discussion of such important themes related to food and energy that are the great contribution of agro to humanity. I wish to thank all the speakers that have been here sharing their intelligence and their experience, all the participants that have participated presentially, over 2,000 people, and all the participants that have taken part online through the different channels available on the internet, the media partners, and all sorts of media, printed, social, televised, that have been following us. And thank the GAFI Council who have worked actively to get this contact to be elaborated in a more abundant and complete manner. I wish to thank Sergio for your contribution. Thank you so much, and all the members of the GAF board, and finally the whole staff for Data Agro who organized and the curatorship for this event. I wish to thank Luis Felipe Nastari, Guilherme Nastari, and Monique, and the whole staff who have been here, João Otávio, Monique, Erica, Rafaela, Claudia, both with Claudia Nastari as well as Claudia Monini, Hucci, obviously, and my wife, and all those who have contributed to the fruition of this event. Thank you so much. My many thanks. GAF is an event that takes place every 2 years, so we hope to be able to meet again in 2024, maybe here in Brazil or any other geography of the world, given this is a global event. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the authorities who have been here, and for those of you who have followed us, I believe we managed to perform the biggest GAF ever. Thank you so much. GAFI is now officially closed. Thank you. I wish to thank all of you to watch together a retrospective of the second day.
Aquilo que se propunha ser espaço para a reflexão e o debate expandiu fronteiras e se tornou movimento contínuo.
aí nossos agradecimentos especiais a cada de vocês e a todos que apoiaram.
Our special thanks to all of you and everybody that supported the biggest encounter of international agribusiness, the Brazilian Agency of Promotion and Investment, Apex Brazil, Crop Life Brazil, our master sponsor, Bayer, Bradesco, BIAG, the support of Banco BV, Gema, Globo Rural, Serasa Experience, MSD, Standard Bank, VBSO, Yara, and WIS. We'd also like to thank our collaborations, EY, FESP, Senar, and Carey, Ambev, Aurora, and Coopco, Chupec, Quantic, Coopert, and Lizzie Plain. We had the honor of receiving the participation of international organizations like the International Fund for Agriculture and Development, Inter-American Institution of Operation for Agriculture, International Sugar Organization, and the International Brains Council. Participation of USDA, chambers, and productive arrangements representing different governments. Participation as well as media supporters, our official partners, AgroMais, Terra Viva, Band News TV, Rural Channel, Plant Project, and Agro Universe. The event was transmitted live online to more than 30 countries, thanks to the streaming platform in Agribusiness Districts 1. If you want to know more about this platform and get to know more the level of digital that your company is, just access the website www.strix.1, Transforming Agro in Digitalization Solutions. We would like to thank all of you. We're going to see each other in the next GAF. May you all have great crop results in agribusiness. To everyone, I wish you success. Thank you.
Alô, alô. Galera, acende a luz aqui, nós vamos fazer a foto de final. Todo mundo dos realizadores, todos os realizadores do GAF aqui, doutor Plínio, doutor Cesário, doutor Sérgio, Santim, quem está aqui? Mário. Vamos tirar foto aqui de final do ano. Final do ano? Chama a Datagro, Érica, todo mundo aqui. Organiza aqui os realizadores primeiro. Abra frutas. E vai ter cerveja depois para no final aí, galera. Ihu! Aqui é agro, doutor Cesário. Ihu! Fica aqui. Cadê o berrante, Peu? Cadê o berrante? Peu, primeiro os realizadores. Peraí, vamos sair nós aqui da Datago, deixa os realizadores. Vai, os realizadores aí. Paê, doutor Cesário, Santinho aqui. Cadê o Mário? Mário, por favor. Gui, quem mais está faltando? Doutor Sérgio está atrás de você, pai. Ô, Marcelo, sai daí. Cadê a Teca, hein? Teca já foi embora?
E se a casa não encher?
E se for melhor esperar mais?
Se eu desse um tempo?
Em momentos como este, podemos acreditar que não somos bons o suficiente. Mas ninguém é bom o tempo todo. É por isso que queremos ser bons quando você precisa. Com apoio do tamanho certo,
na hora e do jeito que você quer. Porque entre nós, você vem primeiro.
Somos o Banco BV. Temos uma trajetória de mais de 30 anos, que envolve solidez, inovação, pioneirismo e uma história de sucesso. Unimos maturidade digital de quem é precursor na revolução do mercado financeiro, com a expertise de empresas parceiras no segmento do agronegócio. Pioneiros em emissões de títulos agro e mercado de capitais, como CPR, CDCA e CRA. Temos um portfólio completo de produtos financeiros, que inclui mesa de derivativos e câmbio. Além disso, atuamos de forma integrada na cadeia de distribuição das agroindústrias. Com inteligência setorial, por meio de pessoas dedicadas, acompanhamos tendências de mercado e atuamos com protagonismo. Isso inclui a agenda ESG, que é parte importante da nossa meta de compromissos até 2030, por um futuro mais leve. Porque nós, do Banco BV, acreditamos no agronegócio sustentável que ajuda a mover o Brasil.
Mais do que alimentos, o campo produz desenvolvimento, para quem está longe ou perto. É lá que tudo começa, onde se colhe a história e se planta o futuro. É o lugar em que a evolução vem da inovação, conectando a terra e a tecnologia a todos os lugares e a todas as pessoas. Crop Life Brasil, conectados pelo campo, juntos pelo futuro.
Nós da Bayer temos o compromisso de contribuir para o amplo acesso à saúde e à alimentação. Aqui na divisão de Crop Science, somos uma equipe global responsável com foco em pesquisa e inovação. A sustentabilidade é o valor que nos guia. Como uma das líderes do setor, temos o dever e a responsabilidade de enfrentar questões climáticas para a proteção da biodiversidade. Inovação é outra prioridade. Oferecemos aos agricultores as melhores soluções a partir de uma combinação única de sementes e biotecnologias, proteção de cultivos e ferramentas digitais. É nossa missão também utilizar a tecnologia para unir e alavancar dados de nossos produtos e operações. Nossa paixão pela descoberta nos motiva a não desistir de buscar as respostas necessárias para termos um futuro melhor, com saúde para todos, fome para ninguém.
Você sabe o que é um FIAGRO e no que ele investe? Os FIAGROS vieram para facilitar as empresas do agronegócio a acessar o mercado de capitais e assim aproximar ainda mais o setor dos investidores. Funciona assim. O fundo faz uma captação no mercado com diversos investidores que buscam investir no agronegócio. Após essa captação e com o dinheiro em mãos, o fundo, com a sua equipe de gestores especializados, faz empréstimos para as empresas inseridas na cadeia do agronegócio. Quando as empresas fazem os pagamentos dos empréstimos, o fundo fica apenas com a taxa de administração. E, dependendo do fundo, uma taxa de performance, que são taxas pré-acordadas e que não irão mudar durante a vida do produto. Todo o restante dos rendimentos é repassado aos cotistas do fundo. Além disso, os FIAGROS podem oferecer diversos outros benefícios para os investidores, como a distribuição de rendimentos isentos de imposto de renda para pessoas físicas, investimento inicial baixo, diversificação setorial e regional dos investimentos, seleção e gestão de operações por um time experiente e focado no setor, diversificação na sua carteira de investimentos com alocação em um setor tão importante para o Brasil, e as cotas, em geral, são listadas na bolsa, proporcionando liquidez diária aos investidores.